Um, Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Habari zenu. Distinguished guests, our special envoy, Excellency Lawrence Kobandi, Ms. Iman, who is representing the Sudanese team today, our most important guests, our sisters from Sudan. I would like to welcome you, and the media and representatives of the media from the member states. I would like to welcome you today to the IGAD Women's Forum. Time is the most expensive, non-renewable resource we have. You cannot get back any minute spent. And so we feel honored as IGAD that you're spending your time with us this morning. And also we feel honored, I speak for my sisters from Sudan, that you're treating this as a priority, the importance of having Sudanese women in these peace processes, and also shedding light to the challenges of the Sudan conflict for both men and women, but especially for the women and children, because they're the most vulnerable in conflict societies. But women are not only vulnerable. My favorite saying is that the fate of nations is dependent on the state of their women. If the women are empowered, if the women's ideas and participation and representation is well catered for in every sector, and then you're more likely to be a very successful country. In the context of Sudan, I believe that we cannot clap with one hand. And leaving the women out will create a challenge because we will not have lasting solutions to this situation. And for us, our goal as a region, and I'm sure as the women of Sudan and everybody in Sudan, is to have a lasting solution so that we may not find ourselves in this situation again. And so it's very important to have women represented in these processes, to ensure that their voices are heard, to ensure that they're equal stakeholders in their countries, and they're part of the development agenda for lasting solutions. Mine is to welcome you today to the IGAD Women's Forum, and to tell you, please, work with us on this. Let's ensure that our efforts, when the moment people look back and say we were part of the Sudanese process, let's ensure that we stood up to be counted, because we really genuinely supported this process. I would like to call upon His Excellency Lawrence Kobandi, IGAD Special Envoy for Sudan, to come and give us the opening remarks for this IGAD Women's Forum today. Thank you. My apologies. I would also like to recognize our partners, USAID, represented by Ms. Javi Watt in the room, for supporting this process as well. Thank you.
صباح الخير لأخواتي من السودان، والصباح الخير لكل الحضور. I will read out statement of Executive Secretary of IGAD, Dr. Wagner Gabriyahu. Just bear it with me, 2 minutes, they will bring the statement, such that I read out IGAD Secretariat statement. But before I do that, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Lawrence Kobandi. I'm the IGAD Special Envoy for Sudan. I was appointed this year in March 2024 to hold file of Sudan. I would like also to tell my sisters from Sudan that 13 years ago, I was a Sudanese before the independence of South Sudan. I am a South Sudanese, and that is why I say 13 years ago I was a Sudanese, and still I have my nullified Sudanese nationality for history, such that I tell my kids as well as my grandchildren that your granddaddy was a Sudanese. This is very important for Sudanese who are here, particularly our sisters. My choice to hold important file of Sudan, perhaps coming from there. It was carefully chosen and carefully considered by the leadership of IGAD. I'm glad to be here and read out the statement of the IGAD's Executive Secretary. I can see Amina is coming. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished participants, it is with heartfelt sincerity that I address you today at this important gathering of IGAD Women's Forum for Sudan. As we find ourselves at this crucial juncture in history, we must take a moment to recognize the incredible contributions and enduring strength of Sudanese women. You are the ones who have stood resiliently in the face of immense challenges and have been the quiet yet powerful pillars of the community. The conflict in Sudan has now persisted for over a year and a half, leaving deep scars on our sisters or sister nation, our region, and our people. The effect on women and children has been particularly devastating, with current statistics revealing that a total of 8,600,000 people have been displaced since the conflict began in April 2023. This includes over 6.6 million individuals who are internally displaced within Sudan and around 1.8 million who have fled to neighboring countries. Of course, affected 70% displaced by this conflict are women and children, facing escalating hardship in food security, health care, and education. Moreover, reports indicate that more than 6.7 million individuals are at risk of gender-based violence, with women and girls disproportionately affected. The disproportionate majority, consisting of almost 5.8 million, this is about 86.6%, are women, many of whom are struggling with increased vulnerability due to violence and economic instability. International humanitarian organizations have raised the alarm regarding the over 13 million children who are in urgent need of assistance because of this war, with mothers often serving as the sole caregivers, fighting daily to keep their family alive. And in the midst of all this suffering, women continue to bear the brunt of economic instability and violence. Food insecurity now affects over 20 million Sudanese people, forcing women into making impossible and heartbreaking decisions as they strive for survival while their children's future hang in the balance. Currently, 64% of female-headed households experience food insecurity, compared to 48% of male-headed households. This marked difference highlights the urgent need for targeted support. The collapse of essential services has further worsened material mortality rates and left countless families without access to health care or clean drinking water. In addition to food insecurity, is health-related vulnerabilities with approximately 1.63 million women of reproductive age lacking adequate access to health care services, putting their lives and those of their children at significant risk. The education crisis is equally doubling, with over 2.5 million girls currently out of school, making them more vulnerable to harmful practices such as child marriage. Despite this daunting challenge, our view as IGAD is that our Sudanese women are not merely helpless victims, but vital agents of change. History has shown us that From the streets of Khartoum to the villages of Darfur, women have consistently led efforts for peace, justice, and equality. Your voices have risen above the turmoil, calling for an end for violence and advocating for a new Sudan where peace prevails. The global community joins IGAD in clearly recognizing the essential role that women play in peace process. The United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 emphasizes the necessity of involving women at all levels of peace building and conflict resolution. At IGAD, we are a partnership with the African Union and the UN, where we remain committed to ensuring that Sudanese women's voices are integral to negotiations. I reiterate that your perspectives are crucial for fostering a peace that is both inclusive and sustainable. Indeed, the evidence shows that peace agreements are 35% more likely to endure for at least 15 years when women participate in the process. This inclusion is not just a moral obligation. It is a practical strategy for success. Therefore, we must advocate for women's rightful place at the negotiation table, not as passive participants, but as active leaders whose contributions are essential to healing Sudan. As we come together today, let us focus our efforts on actionable outcomes where we prioritize policies that promote gender equality and ensure access to education and health care for women. Additionally, it is vital that we dismantle the societal and systematic barriers that prevent women's participation in governance and peace negotiations. In conclusion, this forum represents not just an opportunity for dialogue, but a chance to redefine Sudan's future. I encourage each of you to share your truths, visions, and collaborate on strategies that will empower women across Sudan to be active leaders on this critical journey towards peace and reconciliation. To my dear sisters, the women of Sudan, your resilience is the foundation of our collective hope. You are not just participants in peace, you are architects of our shared future. Together, let us pave the way for Sudan, where every woman and child can strive in peace, dignity, and prosperity. Thank you very much for listening. This is the speech of our Executive Secretary, Dr. Wagner. Shukran.
I believe we can do better than that. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Lawrence Kobandi, the IGAD Special Envoy to Sudan, for that speech that really echoes the stand of IGAD in fostering peace, cooperation, and sustainable development. Now, I won't recap that speech. I believe it has reverberated in the room, and his parting shot is we bear the weight of Sudan even as we continue with this conversation. At this juncture, allow me now to introduce Miss Iman Dalman, who will be speaking on behalf of the Sudan women, and this is really to get the gist. A round of applause as she comes on stage. This is to get the gist of what really is happening in Sudan and to paint us a picture of how we can be of help. Welcome, Miss Iman.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أنا إمام ظلمان، ممثلة للنساء السودانيات الناشطات والعاملات في المجتمع المدني، وأيضا
I represent Sudanese women in various in displaced areas. On behalf of my great Sudanese people and activists and advocates, especially on behalf of Sudanese women, the displaced ones, we love each other. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, from different countries of IGAD, guests who are present here, it's my pleasure, it's my honor on behalf of Sudanese women working in various entities and activists. I want to congratulate you, and I want to appreciate you for the work you do and what you are doing. This one shows our strength, especially in the displaced areas in various parts of the country. We want peace and love, and women are facing a lot of challenges in various areas where we have displaced people, and these women, they're the most affected ones, and they have a lot of responsibilities in this difficult time. So the participation of women is very key to ensure that agenda is activated, and they deserve to be in such meetings. It's a time to have peace with, to know what's going on and exchange ideas and experience what's happening through the media, to ensure that we strengthen the voice of Sudanese women through the social media platforms and various messaging systems. Also, it's my pleasure also in this forum to appreciate Sudanese women who have been playing a great role in the media in ensuring that they strengthen, they amplify the Sudanese women voices. From here, we want to appreciate ladies and gentlemen working in the IGAD countries, and also want to appreciate the women working in the UN offices, especially areas of peace. Also want to thank the African Union for supporting women in Sudan. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I want to urge you that let us work hard and help and ensure that Sudan one day will be a great country. Let us empower Sudanese women, the activists, the advocates. The Sudanese women live long. Let the Sudanese women live long as activists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Iman Dulman, for that powerful statement. Another round of applause for Iman, please. I admire the passion with which she speaks for the people and the women of Sudan. These are our mothers, our sisters, and when they are plagued by war, as the Special Envoy said, we bear their weight and we sympathize with them, as well as try to be at the center of the solutions for this war. Now, at this juncture now, I'd like to recognize a few people who have put this together. But before I do that, allow me to also recognize the presence of Sudanese women in the room who have come here to stand with the women back home. And a recap of what the Special Envoy said: there is a crisis in Sudan, and it does not only touch on the security crisis, but also healthcare has been affected, education has been affected, and this is why this particular conversation is important. Talking about 1.8 million people being displaced there is not just an easy thing to declare. It is something that calls for our sobriety, even as we speak to these issues. So, a special recognition to the women from Sudan in the room. Allow me to also recognize IGAD efforts in trying to foster peace and cooperation. And I would like to now call on stage Austin Opata, who's the head of communication, beg your pardon, at IGAD, who will be shortly telling us or directing us to the next session. Austin, if you can hear me. Okay. Austin should be on his way shortly. This Women's Forum, of course, is setting the stage. Okay. All right. I have been redirected. I stand guided. So at this juncture, we shall be having a photo session outside before we break for our tea and coffee break. So that should be happening aside. So when we will be going on our way out, the Special Envoy, I believe Amina, should be also to be able to direct us on this. And then after the tea break, we shall be coming back for a panel discussion. Now, this panel discussion will be delving into the spotlight on the peace and security and humanitarian situation in Sudan. We shall now be delving deeper and dissecting the issues that affect women and how we can play our role in also being a part of this. So before that, we shall be heading out for a short tea and coffee break, 10:30 to 11, and then we shall be coming back to that session. We shall be moderated by Amina Farah. So, photo session, tea break, then back. Thank you.
Checking one. One, two, sound test. One, two, mic check. One, two. Check. One, two.
Mic test 1 2. Mic test. Good morning. Welcome to IGAD's Women Forum 2024.
And if you're joining us right now, we had our first session. We started by having welcome remarks by Amina Farah, the IGAD Gender Program Manager. And thereafter, we had opening remarks by His Excellency Lawrence Kobandi, the IGAD Special Envoy to Sudan, who read the speech of the IGAD Executive Secretary, Dr. Wakne Gebeyu, on this 22nd day of October 2024. And our next session will be about the spotlight on the peace and security and humanitarian situation in Sudan. This session will have 3 panelists and a moderator. The panelists will be His Excellency Lawrence Kobandi, the IGAD Special Envoy for Sudan, Dr. Victoria Anib Majur Achut, the head of IGAD Social Development Unit, and Dr. Senait Regasa, Program Manager, Food Systems, Resilience and Program. We shall be calling them on stage in a few minutes to come. But as we settle in, I hope you have enjoyed your tea break. Have you? I hope you have. I overheard a conversation about which coffee is better, is it Ethiopia or Kenya? And I hear the conversation is still raging. I guess we'll never know. And I also overheard someone else saying, between the sun in Djibouti and Sudan and in Kenya, which one is scorching? And I believe we can let Djibouti have that win. So ladies and gentlemen, as we settle in, as we go into our next conversation, allow me to read the following statistics, and I want you to reflect on the following statistics as we begin our next conversation. Welcome back, Your Excellencies, to the room. So, the conflict in Sudan began in April 2023. If you need the assistance of your translation headphones, you can just as well use them. And I'm also notified that as we continue with the conversation in this IGAD's Women Forum, on our social media pages, you can tweet using the hashtag IGAD Women's Forum 2024 or IGAD Media Awards at IGAD Secretariat. Anything you post, you can use those hashtags rather. IGAD Women's Forum 2024, IGAD Media Awards 2024. I recognize distinguished guests, women from Sudan, as well as a special envoy and our Ds in the room. As we move into the next session on the spotlight on peace and security and humanitarian situation in Sudan, I'd like us to reflect on the following statistics. The conflict in Sudan began in April 2023. So far, 8.6 million people have been displaced. 6.6 million individuals have been displaced internally. 1.8 million have fled to other countries. 70% of the displaced persons, that is 8.6 million, are women and children. 6.7 million individuals are at risk of gender-based violence. 64% of female-headed households are at risk of food insecurity. Now, we have women in this room who have been at the forefront of bringing justice and equality from Khartoum to Darfur, and that is why we are having this conversation here. Allow me to now introduce our panelists who will delve deeper into this conversation, paint us a picture of the crisis in Sudan, as well as give us possible solutions. We've had the special envoy clamor for women having a seat at the table and being a part of this conversation. So I will introduce our panelists. Amina Farah, the IGAD Gender Program Manager, and it would be good if we give them a round of applause as they come on stage. Amina Farah, the IGAD Gender Program Manager, ladies and gentlemen. She will be moderating this session. Our first panelist is His Excellency Lawrence Kobandi, IGAD Special Envoy for Sudan. Welcome, Your Excellency. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Victoria Anib Majur Achut is our second panelist, the head of IGAD Social Development Unit. Dr. Victoria Anib Majur Achut, the head of IGAD Social Development Unit. Our next panelist is Dr. Senaid Regasa. Dr. Renaid Sagasa, yeah, there she is, Program Manager, Food Systems Resilience Program. Next on stage, we have Commander Abed Mulune, the IGAD Peace and Security Director. He will be on stage soon, yes. He will be joining this panel as well. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the panelists. And as I said, this particular session will be focusing on the spotlight on the peace and security and humanitarian situation in Sudan, and will be taken through by Amina Farah, the IGAD Gender Program Manager. Welcome for this session.
Thank you to our facilitator, Ole Tenge. I would like to call Commander Abebe to join us on the stage. Thank you. And as we all know, as Ole Tenge shared, the numbers are daunting. It's very worrying to see the number of women who've been displaced in this, and children in this crisis, as well as the men, and how it has affected generations and generations of nation building, all coming down in a moment. I would like to start off by asking my first question to Excellency Korbandi, IGAD Special Envoy to Sudan. Excellency, please share with us the current state of humanitarian peace and security in Sudan and how it has evolved in the recent months.
Thank you very much, Amina. I would like to sincerely again give you my appreciation for organizing this important gathering of women. I would like to start by saying all these figures and numbers talking about suffering of the Sudanese people created by war. And I always say war, any war, is a rotten good, rotten goods. The rotten goods cannot be sold in any market. it is only sold in African markets if you compare the whole world. I want you to look at what I call Pan-African triangle, where all of these problems, including Sudan, are situated. Take from Ethiopia to Timbuktu, Mali, and South Africa. This triangle, all the African problems are within this. And all the sufferings of African people, women and children, are situated in this. One may ask oneself, why is it all these problems are in this particular geographical place? And who is interested that people of this particular area to suffer endlessly? I think these are the valid questions that we should look at while addressing issues of Sudan. The root causes of suffering of our women in Sudan and children. I particularly not very enthusiastic on these figures that mark suffering of the people. Any single citizen, any single child that is out of school matter. It is therefore our women from Sudan should take serious note of this and should develop one single message regarding stopping the war, which will lead eventually to ending the war in Sudan. Stopping the war is something urgent. All of us must speak the same language, that the war must stop in order to reduce these figures to zero. Therefore, we will start the process of ending the war. This is political process that we would like to see Sudan should embark on. And IGAD has experience in this, particularly wars in Sudan. Sudan fought itself when South Sudan was part of Sudan, and it was IGAD that brought peace in the Sudan when the comprehensive peace agreement was signed. Again, when South Sudan, the newly created independent state, started fighting with itself, it is again IGAD which brought the relative peace that we are witnessing in South Sudan. Now, the question, what would be the contribution of Sudanese women to see to it peace returns to Sudan? I'm quite aware of Sudanese women's capacity in preventing and chanting against war in Sudan. They have very deep history of that. As we talk, there are about 49 women organizations repositioning themselves to tackle issues of war in Sudan. And you are before us, you are the leaders that your voice should be heard. Unfortunately, we have a very conservative society, in our region. The voices of reason, particularly coming from women, are not heard. This is unfair. This should stop, and it is through these gatherings we will see to it this number of millions crossing borders of Sudan should stop, and displacement internally that are suffering in the Sudan should also stop, so that they go back to their original homes. I would like to actually perhaps have recommendations that it is important for the regional leaders to take problem in Sudan seriously, because in our observation there are so many hands may jeopardize the process, because they are looking at the process or the problem from their own lenses. How Sudan that would be tomorrow. I'm talking here about the several roadmaps that we have on table. Amina, I think I give you a general overview. The details will be with our women, who are the most suffering from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Special Envoy Korbandi. Indeed, life is sacred and should be treated as so. And behind the numbers is the actual suffering of the Sudanese people. The war must stop for us to have humanitarian access, better humanitarian access, and to address what has happened. An objective approach is also very important in addressing the Sudan conflict. I would like to call upon Commander Abebe. I know that as the Peace and Security Director at IGAD, you have also been heavily involved in trying to understand the conflict and trying to find solutions around it. Maybe if you could add your voice to this.
Thank you so much. Good morning. And I would like to express my sympathy, my sincere sympathy to Sudan for what happened in Sudan, because Sudan, I perceive Sudan as my second home. When I am coming to Khartoum or to Khartoum, I never felt that I was a foreigner. Sorry for what happened in Sudan. Your Excellencies, our region, IGAD, this Horn of Africa and East Africa countries, is a source, transit, and a destination of multiple emerging, existing, and evolving transnational security threats, such as terrorism and violent extremism, manufacturing and use of improvised explosive device, because many violent organizations use this as weapon of choice. Plus, we also challenged by the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, because our region is a hotbed for conflict. Therefore, huge influx of small arms and light weapons are recorded in our region. Besides to this, there is also transnational organized crime, predominantly smuggling and trafficking in person. while in the tea break, we were discussing on the issue of human trafficking and trafficking in person. Most of the youth in our region even sold their family's property just to migrate to other places by smugglers and trafficking syndicates. There is also counterfeit crimes, cybercrime, enabling crimes, intermediation, or polycriminality, a link between different criminal actors. Moreover, there is also a maritime security problem in our region. This is from the transnational security threats perspective. However, our region also challenged by interstate and intrastate conflicts. There are different unresolved border disputes between Djibouti and Eritrea, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Ethiopia, Sudan, particularly the Al-Fashga situation, South Sudan, Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, with the result of this, the MOU with Somaliland. Besides to this, there is also a trilateral arrangement these days between Eritrea, Egypt, and Somalia. This also complicated the peace and security situation in our region. Moreover, there is also intrastate or internal conflict predominantly affect number one Sudan because of the Sudanese armed force and the rapid support force clash. The very extraordinary unique or character of this conflict, the war begins in the capital city. That devastated Khartoum, the most beautiful city in our region. So we side for that. The other issue is Somalia. South Sudan also, there is some instability, plus Ethiopia. Ethiopia first between the central government with Tigray force, next with Amhara and the Oromia region. So we are, the region is challenged by these inter and intrastate conflicts. Therefore, we added or we recommended critical issues for IGAD leaders to address. Number one, addressing the ongoing political instabilities in the region. Number two, the leaders has to focus on how to handle terrorism and violent extremism in our region. Number three, the leaders has to countering the threat of improvised explosive devices because it is a weapon of choice by terrorist groups. Number four, the IGAD leaders has to focus on resolve unsettled border disputes. Number five, the IGAD leaders has to address the humanitarian needs and security concern of refugees and IDPs, internal displaced peoples. We have to also, at recommendation 6, the IGAD leaders has to respond to the impact of natural disaster and climate change. Number 7, IGAD leaders has to promote justice and accountability to avoid human rights violations and atrocities. Number 8, the leaders has to mitigate the impact of economic crisis. At recommendation 9, the IGAD head of states coordinate responses to health emergencies like they did with COVID, cholera, Ebola, and others. The IGAD leaders has to manage conflicts on transboundary water resources. As you know it, the water resources is area of contention in our region. Number 11, the IGAD leaders has to mitigate the impact of external actors who may have strategic interests in the region and could exacerbate and complicate conflicts. Look, now the Sudan crisis and conflicts changes its faces. Many actors involved in Sudan. That's why it turns into proxy wars. We can name it, many states are engaged on Sudan conflict. Therefore, IGAD member states has to mitigate the impact of external forces. By saying this, I would like to give me this opportunity to give the highlight of the security situation in the IGAD region.
Thank you, Commander, for giving us an overview on the security in the region, as well as how IGAD intersects with our current challenges. We know that the region is now faced with so many peace and security challenges. We appreciate your update on that. Next, I would now go into the humanitarian aspect, and this is for Dr. Victoria Anib, IGAD's Head of Social Development. Dr. Victoria, how has the ongoing conflict affected the humanitarian situation in Sudan, particularly regarding access to basic needs such as food, water, and healthcare? And as you dive into that, we would also like to know what are the main challenges facing humanitarian organizations in delivering aid in Sudan, and what strategies can be implemented to overcome these barriers. Thank you, and over to you.
Good morning. Sabah al-khair. Habari ya asubuhi. It's a pleasure to be with my sisters from Sudan and with these great panelists sharing experiences and talking about the humanitarian situation. If I'm asked to describe the humanitarian situation in words, I will say it's catastrophic, it is painful, and it is grieving. يعني وضع كارثي وضع محزن ومؤلم جدا. Simply because since the start of the war and the conflict in Sudan, the latest data as of September last month show that over 10 million people are displaced. And 50% of those displaced are women and girls. Isn't that painful? Out of this number, more than 2 million has fled to neighboring countries. Chad, Libya, Egypt, South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, almost all countries of IGAD region. And I'm sure most of you women sitting here are coming from these capitals of these countries. And the displacement has caused a number of challenges, especially to women and girls and children. Women don't have access to livelihood. It's very painful leaving your home country to live as a refugee somewhere else. You're starting from scratch, having to deal with livelihood issues, no job opportunities, no access to health care. The current situation in Sudan has also, the humanitarian crisis has impacted on food insecurity. Almost 80% of people in Sudan are food insecure, and my sister here is an expert in agriculture and food security. Maybe she will delve into it later on. Food insecurity is exacerbated by the conflict, and double to that is the recent flooding. Climate change, conflict nexus is another challenge facing the Sudanese people. So, بدل المصيبة مصيبتين. They have the problem of conflict, running away from war, running for refuge in some parts of Sudan, different states, but then they're encountered by the flooding, causing more issues and more food insecurity. Currently, as we speak, a number of nutritional assessments have been done, and it has put Sudan as one of top 4 countries with food insecurity and acute malnutrition. So you can imagine how children and women are carrying the burden of this situation. Health infrastructure has been devastated. More than 70% of health facilities are destroyed. Healthcare workers have fled to other countries and to other areas within Sudan. And that is causing a challenge, no access to health services, and especially reproductive health services. So women of childbearing age, women who are pregnant, women who have young children, in a country that already has bad health indicators, high mortality rate, high infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate. Vaccination disruption in supply chain has also caused issues of vaccination. So now we are seeing emergence of measles. There is a number of outbreaks, not even one outbreak. Imagine a country that is not in conflict dealing with outbreak. So how can a country which is undergoing conflict with 70% health infrastructure damage deal with a number of outbreaks? There is, as we speak, ongoing cholera outbreak. There is an ongoing measles outbreak. There is an ongoing upsurge of malaria, dengue fever, pertussis is emerging, and this is all because there is cut down or disruption and reduce in the rate of uptake of vaccination and lack of vaccination altogether. There's no medications, of course, no consumables in health facilities. So that poses also a risk, a health risk. On top, people who are already malnourished, having challenges and no access to health care, no medications. You can imagine the situation. That's on the side of health. On the side of education, a number of children have not gone to school for almost 2 years. Imagine your child not going to school. For some of us, if you don't pay school fees just a term, you start to panic that I'm not able to meet the demands and pay the school fees, leave alone having a child being out of school for 2 years. Disruption in education is a big challenge for our children who are currently facing the conflict in Sudan war. So this is, in a nutshell, the current humanitarian situation. Also, the violence is escalating, and it is expected and it is projected that if the war continues up to more than this, the malnutrition crisis and the food insecurity is going to be even more. There is increased gender-based violence happening, and sexual exploitation, including trafficking. These are all things that are exacerbating and aggravating the current humanitarian situation in Sudan. Also, the fact that healthcare workers have fled from the country, and aid workers are also facing violence. They have been, having to deal with shelling and bombing and running away from the war, and some attacks on aid workers has also been happening. So the barriers that my sister asked about are the diminished funding, lack of funds, conflict, the bureaucratic system not allowing aid organizations to carry their work is a big challenge as well. The climate change issues affecting access to these humanitarian corridors to deliver aid itself is another challenge and barrier. And for us to overcome these, there is a need for advocacy at the highest level. His Excellency Korbandi and the IGAD leadership has done a lot of work, plus the Peace and Security Division. That advocacy needs to continue. The plight of the people of Sudan need to be escalated at the highest level. People need to talk about the catastrophic situation, the humanitarian situation, and the need for more funding to support the people of Sudan. The diplomatic work should not stop, Excellency Korbandi. I know a lot of diplomacy has been going on. This diplomacy needs to continue. People need to work. My sisters in the room from civil society organization, the advocacy is important. Your voices is very important. You have a lot of lessons to learn from the women of South Sudan who have faced a similar situation. 2 decades of civil war. They have fought really hard, not only to ensure political representation, from 25% representation at all levels of government, now they have 35% representation. But your also advocacy should be on the other front of the humanitarian part. You need to speak out in forums everywhere about the current humanitarian situation, especially on women and girls. I think I will submit and leave the opportunity for the other people also to give their submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Victoria, for shedding light and giving us recommendations. Advocacy is very important, but to add on to that, I would also like to emphasize that it is also equally important for the women of Sudan to have access to the decision makers in the region and globally on the matter of the conflict of Sudan, so that their voices can be heard and they can influence the decisions going forward. Next, I would like to call upon our food security expert, Dr. Senait Regasa. In the context of the ongoing conflict, how has the disruption of agricultural production and supply chains contributed to the worsening food security crisis? And what immediate and long-term strategies can be implemented to address these challenges while promoting peace and stability in the region? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Amina. Conflict is one of the major drivers of food insecurity. There are three major drivers. These are conflict, climate change and variability, and economic shocks. Considering the current status, we can say conflict is the number one driver of food insecurity in the region and beyond. I think this thing is not very complicated. We all understand. Even if we are urban dwellers, even if we live in cities, even if we have adequate income to purchase our food, if there is no peace and security, if there is violent conflict going on, we will start worrying about how to access food. So the link between conflict and food insecurity is very clear. Before I go into what has happened in the Sudan because of the conflict, I want us to look at food security in terms of the four pillars that define it. These are the availability, access, utilization, and stability. I'm sure most of us know that availability is one of the pillars. Food must be available. It can be made available through domestic production. It can be imported, or in situations of humanitarian crisis, it can be provided through humanitarian aid. Availability is one of the prerequisites, the requirements for food security. But it's not enough. Even when food is available, it may not be accessible to some people because of lack of financial resources. So people must have adequate resources to be able to purchase food. So accessibility is another pillar. The third pillar, which is utilization, focuses on the quality of food, availability of clean water, and basic sanitation facilities. The fourth pillar, which is stability, is one of the most important pillars because the disruption in this pillar will affect all the other pillars of food security. This is stability. We need to have a stable environment to have food security. Where there is no stability, availability will be affected, accessibility will be affected, and utilization will be affected. You may ask how. In Sudan, for example, availability of food was affected when normal production activities were disrupted, when there was no inputs, for example, fertilizers and seed supply, when farmers do not get that, when herders are not able to do their normal activities of herding, when livestock routes, transhumance routes are blocked by ongoing conflicts, it reduces food availability. And in the Sudan, from the global report on food crisis that came out last June, wheat, sorghum and millet production has been reduced sufficient conditions, there must be sufficient funding. I think the gap between what's required and what's available is very big, so there is a need to raise resources to make humanitarian aid available in sufficient quantity. And when we talk about funding, one of the major challenges is the fact that the Sudan crisis is overshadowed by other crises in other parts of the world, such as the Middle East, and it's falling into the risk of being neglected. A third immediate strategy could be protecting agricultural assets from further damage. And again, I think my colleague Commander Muluna has already mentioned it. There needs to be immediate cessation of hostilities, ceasefires, and we need to promote dialogue. And if possible, I don't know, would be good to have like the designated area for farming, which will not be interrupted by the ongoing conflict. In terms of long-term strategies, we have to address the root causes of food insecurity, such as conflict, climate and variability, and as well as economic shocks. And for this to happen, I think we have to follow the approach of the triple nexus, where humanitarian actors, development actors, and peace actors work together. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Senait, for shedding light on the food insecurity situation and your parting shot that development, humanitarian, and peace and security actors must work together and collaborate to ensure a holistic response and an inclusive solution to this crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the panelists. Now, back to the audience. I will take 3 questions from the audience for the panelists before we close the session. Thank you. The gentleman in black. Yes, please use your microphone so that we can have the interpretation.
Thank you very much, our very able panelists, for your beautiful presentations. My name is Emmanuel Busera Mohamed from the Afro-Asia Institute of Strategic Studies. As a researcher, I wanted to understand what is the collaboration between academia and the IGAD, especially for the women within IGAD, because Dr. Renai talked about food insecurity, and we know very well that these are not just problems that emerge. People have commercialized food everywhere, and there's these middlemen who come in, and so they do practice like hoarding and others. So I'm wondering if you are collaborating with academia, because academia informs legislation, so that there could be proper legislation for the protection of our women, especially the Sudanese women in this food chain. Secondly, what emphasis are we going to put in place to ensure that our youth, especially in Sudan or generally in Africa, don't lose their identity by interlinking our traditional practices with the modern practices, so that they can have a holistic view of the present, the past, and the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take 2, just note it down, we'll take 2 more questions. Okay. Thank you. We'll take 2 more questions, and then, yes. And Ihsan after that. 1, 2. Thank you. 3, okay.
طيب أنا عايزة أسأل بخصوص الوضع الإنساني وفتح المسارات. Gloria.
Humanitarian status, as we have just said, that we have more than 300 women who are married, and they are vulnerable to abortions and a lot of complications, and what 7,000 children are facing malnutrition, serious severe malnutrition, and 80% of the health facilities have been destroyed completely. And those questions, you as IGAD countries, what have you done for the past year for you to opening the venues for humanitarian assistance? And we as people that are working in the civil society, we can work with you. What you can work you for the coming session, so that we are able to open the venues for humanitarian assistance.
Thank you. Shukran. We will have a question from Madame Ihsan, and then now we will come back for the last question from this side, the lady in purple.
شكرا جزيلا وشكرا.
Thank you very much, and thank you the speakers for the enriched talk, for the good speak that you have said about the very severe situation that you have said. That Dr. Victoria has said that 2 years of paralyzed education. I think this is actually the big problem that we're having, is that all students and all children that are here for the period of 2 years, they have not, because education paralyzed completely. Therefore, I think that the guard that should give us, is it having a vision to solve this problem, and therefore we should have a vision for this problem from the IGAD as a solution to this problem. And another question that I have, the Dr. Sinyad has talked about agriculture. I'm an agricultural engineer. I'm very sad about what we have, what's going on country in hunger, in terms of hunger, because it's threatening more than half of the population. They are facing death because of hunger. Yet we are rich in very many resources, fertile land, and also the basket of food basket of the world. And we have done we are the neighboring countries and the foundry countries and the countries in the garden. What is the solution to this problem? Why is it that the areas that we can plant and have agricultural activities, and there is not actually completely peaceful, but why can't we have a proportion to assist the students and the academicians working in the area of agriculture? They should be assisted, and I propose that the IGAD should have a proportion. We should not wait for aid. If we want for us to secure the people of Sudan, we can use experts in agriculture and academicians in this area, and so that they are able to solve this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ihsan. That's a question for Dr. Senait and Dr. Victoria. But we will take one more question from here before we proceed to the responses.
طيب شكرا جزيلا للفرصة وشكرا
this opportunity, and thanks to the GAD countries for this, for arranging this, organizing this forum. I think that the mortality rates of which are because of reproduction health and complications, and from 2 to 3 to 4 in the areas of conflict, we find that that IGAD countries to secure or save these women and they should be a very good big role to force the varying parties that they should provide production health for the areas on conflict areas between whether the rapid deployment forces or in the areas which are under control of the army, and also Africa now, that they have not implemented the laws and protocols that are protecting women. They were not implemented during the period of war for 1 year and therefore this law has not it has not applicable in these areas of protection of women during this time of conflict, and therefore the role for African Union and IGAD should be very clear to put pressure on the two varying bodies to protection of women and children in the areas of conflict, and also there should be a pressure to end this war, to stop this war. And another thing, another question that majority of women they are workers, so families and families are depending on women, and therefore we request that there should be a way out on how to assist the women who are working and looking upon their countries in order.
Okay, thank you. I will give only two more. One from there, the lady in blue, and one from here. Please, 30 seconds each because of time.
شكرا جزيلا على الفرصة.
I present my question that the humanitarian assistance has not reached the civilians, and that's because of the brokers of this between the neighboring countries and IGAD. And what's the solution or the solution of doing away with these brokers, and what are led to hunger in Sudan? And another issue that the venues, humanitarian venues and passengers were not provided. Why is it that there was no role for IGAD that it should contribute towards reaching this humanitarian assistance through these corridors? And therefore it was what was posed. And there was a problem that I have just said in the beginning of my question.
Yes, Dr. Hannah.
May peace be upon you, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I want now to ask, in light of this, the devastating situation in Sudan, I think that the things that are going, that the dam Sari is now contracted, that the areas that are under their control, there will be their areas. I think that this one will lead to division of Sudan, partitioning of Sudan, and therefore that we have what we are saying that way. Now for IGAD, I would like to know, why is it that there is no pressure putting on the countries that are supporting this war and funding this war, and they are going towards that they are interested that the war should continue. But Sudan now currently this is a war of world warfare and fighting by agents. Therefore, what's the role of IGAD that it should put pressure on the countries that are financing and providing for financing?
Thank you. Thank you. We will come back for the second round, but first let's have the first round of questions. Okay, so we will come back to the last question, which will be answered by our special envoy, Honorable Kobandi. The rest of the questions, I believe the panelists have written them down. We will start with Victoria. If you want to say it in Arabic also, it's okay. We have interpretation.
There was a question on the collaboration of IGAD and academia. IGAD does have a strong collaboration with academia. We have the IGAD Scientific Conference that we conduct every year. In fact, we have one next year in April. IGAD is a data-driven organization. We focus on evidence-based, and we work with academia, and most of our policies are based on research, and there is a strong focus on involving academia. So there is we are open to work with academia, because nowadays programming and decision-making needs evidence-based. My sister will supplement later on that one. When it comes to women access to services and malnutrition among children, في واحدة من الأخوات سألت عن النساء الحوامل والخدمات الصحية، بالذات الخدمات الإنجابية. دور الإيجاد شنو؟ الإيجاد دوره يتكلم مع المنظمات الثانية وكيف المنظمات تقدر توصل الخدمات للناس المحتاجة، لكن في ظل الكوارث الحاليا موجودة الكلام ما بيحل شيء. حتى لو إيجاد اتكلمت ما في مستشفيات، ما في أدوية. الإيجاد ما ضروري تتكلم openly. في شغل كثير الإيجاد قاعدين.
You cannot openly, but the special envoy is here, and for the past years he prepared a report on the humanitarian situation in Sudan, and therefore it's the international community should think of revitalization of these facilities, but the war should end, because the war cannot solve. Therefore, we have that the war is not a solution, the solution at all. And people should through negotiation they can believe they can reach a solution, because the peace is everything, and peace security, as we have said before. It's a very big role, it's a very big project, but pressure from non-governmental organizations, it's possible, but they could be having their own vision. As you have said, you have seen, there are other third parties in this that are interested in the work to continue, but IGAD and other organizations, African Union, they have done, they have some initiative, they have not given up, they have continued to make sure that the problem in Sudan has been solved, and therefore that the diplomatic ways and channels who have attempted some failures, but there is an agreement of two Juba agreement, and there are many countries, Egypt also, but the two warring parties have been adamant to continue with the war, but everything actually has gone in the end, and actually so that we should have go to negotiation, because the war is not a solution, it's through negotiation, because it's not possible. So there is another question that have been asked.
The issues of this is Madam Ihsan. IGAD you spoke about disruption of education. IGAD has protocols and declarations. The Djibouti the Kampala Declaration on Livelihood, and also the Djibouti Declaration on Education. And currently we have signed the education ministers of the IGAD region. All of them came and they signed the regional qualification framework of IGAD. This regional qualification framework allows recognition of qualifications within the IGAD region, as well as recognition of prior learning. And I'm sure some of the IGAD countries like South Sudan, Uganda, and Kenya have allowed refugees from Sudan to continue education, even in the universities. أنا أتذكر جامعة بحري الطلاب بتاع الطب جلسوا امتحاناتهم في جامعة جوبا. And the same is happening in many countries. And also we have a number of professionals currently in South Sudan, doctors who are working, they're allowed to work. In Uganda, there is a big hospital opened by the Sudanese refugees, doctors. So we cannot, IGAD encourages member states not to see refugees as a problem, but to see them as an opportunity and also part of an investment of the host country. They need to utilize the expertise of refugees in the host country, like teachers, professionals, engineers. They need within the protocols that we are and the instruments we have in the IGAD to be allowed the labor market to participate in the economic development of those countries, host countries. I'll give an opportunity to my sister to elaborate more.
Thank you. I'll be very brief on academia. My sister has said it all. We do base our work on evidences that has been generated through research, and we can give several examples where IGAD collaborates with academia as well as national and international research organizations. On commercialization of relief food, I think this has to be stopped by all means, and I hope my colleagues, Commander Muluna and the Special Envoy for Sudan can comment more on that. Pressure needs to be put on those who are dealing with such activities. It has to be stopped. I think I stopped there because of time constraint.
The question asked on malnutrition and IGAD's...
On malnutrition, I think the social division has...
I think I did mention earlier that the IGAD doesn't have a direct role in tackling issues of malnutrition and health service provision at the country level, but it works through the partners, through resource mobilization, through advocacy and lobbying international partners to provide the necessary aid and also to provide a coordinated approach to the humanitarian crisis of South Sudan because the current situation is there's a lot of actors on the ground. There is a lot of international organizations supposed to be helping in different sectors. So adopting a multi-sectoral approach and having a coordinated effort is very important. This is the role IGAD is playing to support the provision of health services and also trying to support on the other side, on the host country, through the existing protocols and policies, advocating for better access of services of refugees.
Thank you. Just to add on the bit for education, IGAD also has a scholarship program and it also coordinates very well. If you remember well, Sudan really supported the scholarship program for young children, young adults at university level from the countries that had conflict. And now the latest update is that Somalia has offered, has launched a scholarship program for Sudan. Given that over the last 30 years, Sudan has educated over 70,000 Somalis when they had their crisis and war. Somalia is now giving back, and I believe other IGAD members are also in the process of doing something similar. So we appreciate that. I would now like to give the mic to Honorable Kobandi to respond to Dr. Hannah's question.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief. I will talk about two issues here. One is regarding the humanitarian corridors, الممر الإنساني ليش محدود في مناطق ومناطق أخرى ما فيش. In very brief note, you know, the most humanitarian corridors are influenced by influx of refugees and displaced persons, whereby you bring humanitarian assistance to the next door such that they have access to. Right now, you have seen one of the largest humanitarian corridor is through Chad. And another one should have been from South Sudan, because most of the refugees who cross the border from South Sudan to Uganda to Rwanda to Kenya, they're coming from there. For humanitarian aid institutions to come in, there should have been a mechanism to return refugees to the nearest place, like in South Sudan. I'm aware there is discussion going on to create a corridor like what occurred in the Sudan war, when South Sudan and Sudan, the mother, were fighting. UN, with agreement with the fighting parties, created a mechanism that was called OLS. OLS stands for Operation Lifeline Sudan. So all the humanitarian assistance that coming to South Sudan, coming from Kenya, from Uganda or beyond, they went through Lokichokio in Kenya. That was the biggest and largest humanitarian corridor. There is discussion going on to create something similar on the border of South Sudan with Sudan. If this one occurs, you will have easy access of humanitarian assistance to those who are coming from Sudan, crossing border to, from the northern part of it. Egyptians, I think, in the League of Arab States, Sudanese are not considered as refugees. They are in their own lands. Thus, when they go to Gulf countries, the same thing. The only thing, corridors should be created there, and I hope this should be done. I spoke to some of the leaders in South Sudan regarding this issue. Not only that, on the education also we have complete generation are out of school. We suggested that there should be what we call tent schools. Tent schools is a very simple structure in refugee camps. And this one was tested when we were fighting ourselves, Sudan and South Sudan. In Kakuma, there were schools, makeshift schools, and now you have many of them having PhDs, master's degrees, but started from that tent schools. And this one, I encourage you, those of you who are in refugee camps, you should volunteer yourselves to teach your kids, and humanitarian organizations will come in to support you. This one goes with a question of traditional, maintaining the traditions in a way of doing their things. When you are the ones teaching your kids in tent schools, you will keep your culture, you will keep your traditions, and as such, you will maintain your identity, because war affects everything in your society. We witnessed this in our wars, 21 years. Our kids, some of them do not know their language because they were born outside. Some of them adopted different cultures, and they all went to South Sudan. They could not cope up easily in that society because they adopted different culture, That was not their fault, but it was our own fault because we did not do that. And I don't want you to take the same mistake we did. You should teach your own children in 10 schools. Regarding the prevention of armed business, those who are supporting the fighting forces in Sudan, actually all the IGAD partners talking about that. And there is a report by Amnesty International and human rights organizations indicating and even pointing fingers to some nations or states that they contribute in the war in Sudan by selling or donating even weapons. And this is a serious thing. The only way to stop it is your voice. I said earlier on that in this situation, you must unite your voice on stopping the war. This is very important. I'm aware Sudanese society is a diverse society. They have political ideologies. They subscribe to different thoughts. These different thoughts and political ideologies, as far as stopping the war is concerned, you all unite on that. And then, when you stop the war, when those who are supporting war efforts, they will listen to your voice and they will be ashamed to gain from your own blood, from your blood of your children, to make their business boom. This is unacceptable. IGAD does not subscribe to that. IGAD working with partners not to see that weapons are going to those handful people who are killing their own people. I think I will stop here.
I mean, I think I missed one question. Somebody asked about the role of civil society. سألتي عن دور المجتمع المدني دورهم شنو? You have a role to play. Amplifying the voices of women and children and those affected by the war is very important. والحاجة المهمة منظمة المجتمع المدني لازم يكون عندكم تكاتف ووحدة الصفوف. حاجة مهمة جدا لأنه أنتم كتار ولازم يكون عندكم coordination mechanism in place عشان ما يحصل يعني تبقى الأدوار تكون يعني متكررة. In civil society organizations. Secondly, a civil society organization that is a long-term process. الحرب ما معروف هتجيب 200. So there له صبر and things don't happen overnight. التجربة بتاعت نساء جنوب السودان 20 سنة في مجتمع مدني. So it's important for you to be patient, to have unity of purpose, and also to have strong coordination mechanism in place to avoid duplication of roles, because you are amplifying the voices of women and children who are affected by the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Victoria, and also thank you, Excellency, for drawing on past experience. I know there are only 2 questions. Time is up. 30 seconds each, please, and then we will close the session. 1, the lady in yellow, and 2, the lady in glasses next to Ihsan. Yes, 1 and 2. Be very quick, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to add on what Dr. Victoria said about food security, that we have women who have been suffering. In addition to that, Dr. Sinas, she talked about agriculture. The challenges that we have is the issue is not only about agriculture. because there's no assistance coming, but we have women organizations that are having campaigns about this hunger. They have done recommendations, their reports, what should be done to end this hunger, because the Sudanese government can't do anything. So we have seen women are dying and children. So we need IGAD to help us amplify about the hunger in Sudan. People are dying because of negligence, but at the same time we have women who are dying because of attacks, areas that we don't have any fight, but they're being attacked by this fighting. We have seen planes killing them, and these people are not even in the fighting zones. So we as women, we have been attacked in peaceful areas, so we need to intervention from IGAD on such issues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Abtihal. I just want to talk about, on behalf of women who are here, especially from women from conflict areas. We want to thank IGAD, what they have been doing, especially in Port Sudan. But we have seen that people are fighting. They don't even care about the civilians. So we have seen that what my friend has said about humanitarian assistance and opening corridors. We have seen that we have so many refugees in the neighboring countries. We want to thank the neighboring countries for their hospitality and hosting our people. We have women sisters in camps in Uganda, in Dang. We have a humanitarian crisis in those camps in Uganda. We want to ask IGAD to help our women sisters and children in camps in Uganda, so that they can receive something, and also want them to help our Sudanese refugees who are in Sudan or any countries, so that they can get something to eat. Thank you very much for the efforts, and we want to thank you for the African spirit, and we want to thank the Ugandan women who have been helping us. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you very much, ladies, and for our sister who had mentioned on the women who have written position papers or opinion papers or recommendations. We always request our sisters from Sudan, please submit them to us. We will always, because you understand better your situation, and we are happy to mobilize resources and push for some of these reforms and recommendations. So please share with us. And I appreciate the commendable response. Thank you, we really appreciate. Back to now concluding the session, I would like to give my panelists at least 30 seconds of parting shot so that we can conclude the session.
Sorry?
30 seconds, parting shot, 30 seconds. Do you want to say something?
Now, 30 seconds. Let us work for peace, genuinely, leaving all agenda that is not for peace aside. Let us work for peace. Thank you.
I just want to say that IGAD has taken note of all the comments and concerns raised by all of you. I thank my sister for the apology. It's not easy to apologize. I want to say that the key word and the message take home is peace, peace and only peace. That's the only solution. War can never solve anything. We have to come back to peace. And women have a big role to play in advocating and pushing the peace agenda and making sure that your voices are heard in the negotiation process of the peace agreements.
Okay, enough is known about the challenge. I think there needs to be action. So my recommendation is for action to be taken immediately and in coordinated manner. Thank you.
Nothing to say except peace. Peace has to prevail in Sudan. May God and Allah give a wisdom to fighting groups just to brought peace, cessation of hostilities, and ceasefire. I wish Sudan to be peaceful again.
Thank you. Thank you to my panelists. This is an entire IGAD team. As you can see, we are working as one. Our approach is holistic. You can see humanitarian, you can see development, the special envoy who is the face of this agenda. And that is the approach we encourage all our partners. For the Sudanese women, we are with you. We will work. Your fight is our fight. Your growth is our growth. So that we achieve this peace, inshallah. Lastly, a round of applause for this great team that has, yes, and as the moderator for this session, mine is to say thank you for bringing life to this panel session. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite our panelist for the next session's moderator, Ms. Samia Argawi. Your panel. Yes, you will invite your panel. The names are here. Okay? Okay. And then there is one, I got it online. She will, yes, the South Sudanese child. Okay. Experience as a refugee. And then first you invite the rest of the panelists. Yes. Arabic, she's you will invite the rest of your panel. We'll take it from here.
Assalamu alaikum. Ana Samia Argawi.
My name is Samia Argawi. I'm a lawyer and a coordinator for a women campaign. First of all, I want to thank IGAD for organizing this workshop. And ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much. The challenges of we have seen that the war has a lot of challenges, and the most affected people are women. We have seen that report from UN that and other international organizations that a majority of the displaced and refugees are women and children. So, and we have seen that there have been a lot of GBV, there have been a lot of violations on women and children. The women have been exposed to these. There have been, for even at the displaced areas, they have also been affected, especially rape cases. So they have been affected so much. Also, and the organization have noted that we need to ensure that humanitarian assistance should be given, and most of the Sudanese women are in camps and have been affected with security issues, and there have been a lot of GBV, including rape cases on women in these refugee camps. So this session will be about the impact of Sudan on war, impact of Sudanese war on women and children. I call upon a sister. I'll call upon the panel discussion or I got online. I got Iman Dulman. Iman, kindly come to the podium. Aisha, Asma, and then Dr. Anton Joroge, kindly come to the podium. First of all, I want to thank our sister, our child, as a child who has been affected directly by this conflict. So maybe he'll also talk to us on his experience from this war and experience how can we be able to understand in a more perspective. Agot, welcome. Agot. Agot, I think is online. Agot.
Yes, please. Yes. You can now start speaking.
Hello everybody, my name is Agot Garang from South Sudan. I am a child advocate and at the same time the Deputy Speaker for the Children's National Council here in South Sudan. So a brief background about me concerning basically issues of conflict in South Sudan. I lost my dad in 2014 during the conflict that was here in the country. And afterwards, my mom was displaced to one of the camps in Uganda where she resides with my little brother. And I do study here in South Sudan. Conflict has really brought a lot of impacts on the women and children here in South Sudan. To start with is the education divide. Education and digital divide. When conflict occurs, it's very hard for children to have access to their rights on when it comes to learning. They are not in position to access documents they can use to study, or rather computers, access learning material. It's very hard for them, and this is all caused by conflict. In the same bracket, during conflict, children get to be separated with their dear families, and it becomes very hard for them to trace where their families are. That way, children tend to grow in a way that they are not taken care of well. They do not get all the love they deserve as children. And to women, it happens that in times of war, it's the women to take care of the children, and it becomes really very hard when these women are left with the children and running around with them, seeking for places of safety. It's really quite hard for them. And they are left without empowerment when it comes to war, because everything in the country is really destroyed, including the little businesses that they depend on. And when that happens, it becomes hard for them to raise the children in the country. Children are also recruited into the army when it comes to conflict. In cases in states where there are conflicts, or rather the country when it's at war, children get to be recruited by the soldiers, the armed forces. They're taken as cooks, they are killed. Some of them are harassed, especially the girls. They are raped under gunpoint, and it's just so hard for them, so hard. And those children that are taken into the army do not get back easily to their communities. It becomes really hard work to get them back to their communities. And On children's education, it's really very hard because at times their schools get occupied. For example, in one of the states in South Sudan, it was occupied by the army. I mean, the classrooms were occupied. The school was literally a base for the army. So it becomes very hard for children to attend education in such states in the country. Education becomes inaccessible.
هل انتهيتي يا أجود؟
Are you still there? Can you hear us? Agot? Are you done? Iman, kindly talk to us about your experience as if you have been in the areas of conflict. Kindly talk to. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of, my name is Iman Dulman. I've lived in the area of conflict, as you said. I have experience of displaced women and refugees. The war that started 15th April last year, I was just in the restaurant with my friends in the presidential palace. We were under training, in a workshop training. We were there 5 days in the palace. We were having our training for women. And immediately the entire hotel was attacked. So we ran into the bunker or a safe place. So we spent there 5 days also. So we can say that we were there, but Alhamdulillah, we were able to be rescued. When we left from Khartoum to Omdurman. So we were just walking. Thank God we were able to arrive in Omdurman. I have my children were with me. We spent 4 days, and the 5th day, my children followed me also. On the 4th day, one of the members of the RSFS members, they kept on attacking us. So we also moved to another district where we found that it was more stable. But the attacks kept on coming towards us. So I took my children, then we moved. And then when we left Khartoum, there was a lot of fighting in Khartoum. There were so many boats. There were so many, almost 20 bodies on the road. I was so scared with my children. I was So there were so many bodies on the road. So actually, as we were moving the bus, we could see a lot of bodies on the road. So we moved like that, and we passed through across RSF, and the situation was very, very difficult. You cannot even walk. It was very risky, very dangerous for us. Things are stolen from you, like telephone, clothes. So we reached a certain town, which is about Kordofan. We stayed there 4 months. After 4 months, there were military forces also, and then we had, and then there was people's movement. And then also we had some conflicts in the same area. We saw that Sudan is not peaceful. I have to leave, and I was thinking about my children. Will my children be killed? So what do I do? So I thought of seeking refuge. Now, where do I go? So because people are being killed, people are being tortured. So and then my husband was left behind to so I decided I have to seek refuge somewhere, because the war is not stopping. The situation is not known when it will end. So from Dubli, so I decided I'll go to Egypt. So I left from Dubli towards Egypt. So I arrived in Delhi. We had boarded a big bus. We were men and women. When you arrive at such a place, they tell men to get off the bus and they leave the women and children. So we had a kind of unity among women who were in that bus as we were moving. So women, we can. When you reach a certain place, they take everyone, they take everything you have, even money. And the bus had almost 50 people or passengers. So when we arrived at Kosti, my children were very young. I think one is 5 years, the other one is 7 years. I was just holding them as we were moving. I was just holding it as we move. From every searching point, I was just holding my children as we move. They stop us, they check us. They check everything. When we get off the bus, I get out of it with my children. So I kept moving with my children. So they were checking everything in the bus. When we get out of the bus, I get out of it with my children. So we were being checked in every checkpoint as we were moving. So I traveled a whole month. So I had a problem of money. I didn't have money because if the money is in the bank, but you can't access banks. But thank God, after that we were able to reach Egypt. We don't have even documents. We're just passing through the desert, and we were able to reach Egypt through the Wild Nile rank. So one of the challenges that same search when entering Egypt, same things. They check your bags, everything, all your belongings are checked. When we arrived at Reng, we saw so many women there. We agreed that. So we decided that whatever we have, we are going to help each other. So we were united as women. We are helping each other. Whatever was available, whether it's food, whatever is available, we were able to help each other in those areas that we were gathering. People didn't have enough money. People were buying food very expensively. So, but thank God, when we were able to reach Reng, we were able to go to Juba. Then we were able to go to Uganda. The situation was very, very difficult. The situation is very difficult. When I spent a week in Uganda, I went to school. There was a school near in the camp. There's a lot of differences and stuff, especially in terms of languages and environment. The children said, we can't go to school. Who is going to talk to us? So I went with them. I went with them to the school. The first day. So when we went to the school, so when we went to that school, I was just thinking about Sudan, because this is a new environment. This is a new environment with a different language. So I was just thinking about Sudan. I miss my country. I'm a refugee. Will I be able to overcome these challenges? With the strange peoples, different environment, new environment? any Sudanese woman, whether it's in a refugee camp in Egypt, Sudan, or Uganda, they know the situation. The situation is very tough for Sudanese women in camps. I do wish that the war can stop now. We go back to our country. Thank you very much, Iman and Agot, for your contribution. The third person, Aisha Ahmad. She's a specialist in health issues. And Aisha, how has the war affected women in terms of accessing to healthcare services, especially reproductive health and maternal cares, and what are the consequences of maternal and child health? How can women and even what are the opportunities available? Assalamu alaikum.
Hello everyone. Thank you, IGAD, for organizing this very important conference. Thank you for usual support for Sudanese women to support them in raising their voices. شكرا لكل الشركاء، شكرا لدول الإيجاد في تنظيم الاجتماع ده. التحية للشهداء والشهيدات بحرب السودان، التحية للنازحات.
Appreciate the martyrs and Sudanese women when the war when the war started actually women are the first people who are the victim, are the most have been affected so much, whether it's on the Nile side of the but all the Sudanese people, especially the women, this war always affected them, especially Sudanese women. And we do pray that despite all these challenges we are facing as Sudanese women, one day we will overcome. We are going to fight, and at the end of the day we'll have peace in our country. We as Sudanese women, we will not stop fighting. We will continue. We are strong, and we are going to be resilient to ensure that we fight to the end, despite the suffering, the challenges we are facing. Thank you all. I want to thank all countries that have been stood with us: Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Rwanda. All countries that have been with us, they have stood with us in ensuring that we are able to move on. The mic. As I said, the war that started 15th April 2023, it was one of the most difficult war in Sudanese people. We have seen a lot of suffering. There are so many challenges, but as for us as women, we are the most affected, especially the effect is so huge on us, whether economically, socially, financially, even politically. In all sectors, we as women are the most affected in Sudan. I just want to say that start with the health in terms of health impact. How are women affected in terms of health issues? We find that you know that the war has destroyed all health facilities, infrastructure, and you can see that 80% of hospitals in Sudan are out of service. They cannot perform, they cannot work. They have been destroyed by this war or the fighting parties. And the most affected are women and girls. They cannot receive health services. So when you look at the numbers or statistics, these facilities cannot offer required services. More than a million cannot get these services. more than 100,000 women, and there's a probability that these numbers will go up. For example, in certain regions, for example, 1.2 million are facing these challenges. Also, the conflict also has affected women in terms of they cannot go to facility centers, they cannot go to hospital, they cannot go to clinics. It's ensured giving services because there's war, there are no roads, there are no corridors to go through to pass. The centers are not working, there are no medicine, there are no required equipments, basic services are not available in hospital. Even if you go to hospital, there's nothing in the hospital. Now, as per the report from Sudanese Council, more than 18,000 there's so many people have also been killed in the war. They say that more than 20,000 have been killed. 18,000 in the level of giving birth, or they're pregnant or about to give pregnant, but they cannot access these services. For example, in Darfur areas, more than 50% they cannot get services, especially these pregnant women. Some of the services that we have seen that also are affecting women, for example, centers, they don't have medicine that are more required by pregnant women or women who have given birth. Those services are not available now. So we can see that there are so many women dying during pregnancy and during when they are giving a birth. Yeah. There are no research what's going on. So we need to ensure that we must have studies to record these things that are happening in various regions. Issues related to gender issues, they need to be documented. For example, as we said, we don't have studies. They are there, but very minimal. We did some fact finding in Sudan, which is, we have seen that there's a high level of death rate for women, especially pregnant mothers, and because of dilapidated health system or the collapsed health system. So there's increase in terms of death rate. Some of the examples that we have seen that, for example, in Western Kordofan last month, 15 women died last month. 46 children have died. Southern Darfur, 46 women have died, and 48 also we have seen that 31 women have died in Eastern Darfur. All these these are things that we try to follow up monthly, and they're related to malnutrition, cholera, and other diseases related. And these all how they have been seen that they are attributed to maybe to a lot of blooding, or there's a bleeding for women during birth. And chronic diseases, because there are no medicine in centers. And we have seen that the spread of diseases, there are so many diseases in all districts or regions. We have choleras, we have malaria, we have typhoid, waterborne diseases. There's a lot of impact. So or we don't know what is the cause of the spread of diseases, but it's known because people cannot go to hospital. Some diseases are attributed to floods because water is dirty, with also lack of medicine and such a stuff. It's a disaster for people. In terms of health also, we have so many women who have been affected through GBV, and they cannot, they have psychological problems also because they are living in centers. For example, in Western Kordofan, we have women, they lost everything, they lost and there's no psychological support for these women. They are living, they lost their husbands, they lost their brothers and sisters, and they don't have psychological support. They don't know what they can do. So there's so many women who have been affected and living in these camps. And the scar of the war is in their hearts. In terms of health also, we can say that we have difficulties to get the exact numbers of the death and mortality rates. We don't have exact numbers. With this just estimates. In terms of malnutritions, we have organizations working in Sudan, but they cannot get exact information in entire Sudan currently. Another point is that we have reasons because of security situations in Sudan, the process, the procedures, the situation, people cannot move because the two parties are fighting, so people cannot move to get this information. There are no services, people cannot get the services. So we don't have services. The situation is health situation is very dangerous, is more catastrophic. So this crisis is affecting Sudanese people so much. We talked about the mortality in terms of economic for the war in Sudan. It has a huge impact, especially women. They are more affected. 80% of Sudanese women, they lost their jobs, they lost their properties. They don't have ways of getting livelihood, daily bread. They cannot get it. So many women, most of them were in informal trade or business or adventure. So now they cannot do it because everywhere there is a war. They cannot go to the street to sell their basic things, their commodities. The markets are destroyed. Their houses have been destroyed. So majority of women, they cannot get their daily bread because of the situation. When you look at agriculture, there's a huge, there was a huge number of women working in the agriculture sector, for example, in Jazeera regions. But this agriculture now has collapsed because people have there's no security. They cannot go to their farms. They cannot plow their farms. They cannot plant. Even if you support them, it's not easy for them to go to the farm to plant whatever they want because they fear. So even women who had farms, their farms have been now lost. They ran away, they left their farms. Because now they're in camps because the situation is very difficult. So this is one of the issues that are affecting women. Women are displaced, they left their houses, they left their properties. So they can't do anything, they're just in camps. the situation is very difficult for them. They're living in a very difficult situation. They cannot even get clean water. They cannot go to health facilities. They cannot get services. They're only living in camps. So they are really suffering. Displaced people, they are also facing other challenges. Now, we talked about it. We have seen a lot of GBV and rape cases. When you talk about people have left their resources, so we can say that the most people who are affected in the entire scenario in Sudan is women. For example, even we can see now the GBV rate or cases have gone up. Also, we have seen that people had business, people were having some trade business, but at the moment nothing is going on or nothing is moving. So economic situation when the war started is totally catastrophic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aisha. Thank you for this insightful. So Dr. Anthony will talk, and Njoroge will talk about humanitarian efforts and the role of and how are women adapting to these challenges. And is there any response? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I'll recognize the voices of Agot, Ms. Iman, and Ms. Aisha, and so I'll try as much as possible not to repeat what they've said, but focus more on certain things that, particularly for children, as it connects with women, if that's okay. Globally, at the moment, close to 270 million children are caught up in conflicts directly. And for Sudan, at the beginning of the war in 2023, 6.6 million children we documented as an organization within the first week were directly impacted by the conflict. And this number has now risen to over 24 million. 14 million of these children are in dire need of humanitarian support. 19 million are out of school. 4 million are displaced. 3.7 million children in Sudan right now are acutely malnourished. And of that number, 730,000 and over are actually suffering from severe acute malnutrition and at risk of death as we speak. And that ranks Sudan fourth in the global acute malnutrition rankings. So right now, we are looking at Sudan as the world's largest displacement crisis, if not the largest humanitarian crisis that needs urgent and dire attention. And I think it's imperative for all of us to step up and begin to act if you just look at those numbers. Particularly for children, then, I would also want to say that we've seen increased numbers of killing and maiming, increased numbers of recruitment and use of children, increased numbers of sexual violence against children. Schools have been attacked, destroyed, and currently even those that have not been destroyed are actually now serving as shelters instead of learning institutions. So the disproportionate impact of this conflict on children demands that also then we begin to place the centrality of that conversation on children also. So as we talk about women as parents, the emotional weight on the impact when Mr. Mann was speaking and the separation with her children, you could see there is a psychosocial impact on it, but then directly there's also an undocumented impact on children, particularly from a psychosocial point of view. And from a response point of view, what you're calling for, one, as civil society actors, particularly from an advocacy point of view, is for all efforts to be put in place for the cessation of that war. Because at the end of the day, we need to stop the war, because this war is actually a war being waged on children. From a numbers point of view, it's a war being waged on women from a numbers point of view, and it needs to stop. We need to put measures that are preventing recruitment and stopping those recruitments of children and any new recruitment of children into the armed forces. We also need to invest more in family tracing and reunification interventions, just to be able to reunite separated children to their families and caregivers. There is a need to place more investments in case management, particularly the impact of the conflict on children and women requires a long-term investment to deal with the trauma, to deal with the harm and the violence that has been meted on the children. From an accountability point of view, I will look at it from a four-pronged approach, where I think there is need for more investment in terms of strengthening of the normative framework to ensure that some of the violations happening from sexual violation, recruitment and use of children, there is normative frameworks that actually preventing and strong on stopping those violations from continuing. Two is also to have deterrence measures put in place to make sure that those who are thinking of actually committing these violations are actually stopped. Thirdly is also to hold the perpetrators to account. I think it's a very important thing that needs to happen. And the last bit is there's need for international investment in rebuilding the lives of children and women in particular. The loss of livelihoods, the long-term psychosocial support that they need, that there's a need for an investment in that. When we think about mental health and psychosocial support, what you're seeing is that mental health issues are invisible wounds, but there is minimal investment in addressing this. What you're seeing being done right now, which is a good step, is the establishment of safe spaces, child-friendly spaces where children can actually go and get support. Counseling services are being offered. I think there's a need to begin to reestablish referral pathways that would be able to provide, to connect children and women to more professional services. And with that, then there's a need for capacity building and capacity strengthening of the professionals within the mental health sector. I think mental health and psychosocial support should be integrated across all sectors. So it should not just be left to as a specialty, but if you're doing nutrition interventions, integrate mental health and psychosocial support. If you're doing GBV, if you're doing health, education, I think there's a need for integration. And also building community-based support mechanisms, particularly to be able to provide the initial first aid, basic counseling, basic capacity to be able to identify psychosocial issues and then provide referral to whoever needs. Also, I would be calling for the recognition of education as a life-saving intervention. Most of the time, interventions are placed on how you have numbers, but never looked at protection and education as life-saving interventions. But data is demonstrating that schools have become the first spaces for trauma healing and trauma recovery. And they are regarded by a lot of children as their safest spaces and where they actually begin to rebuild their lives. So there's a need to consider that. So an urgent call that we make sure that children are getting back to school and to learning environments as fast as possible. And when they get back to schools, we need to make sure that you're putting the necessary measures to protect those schools from attack or any occupation by any of the military or armed groups or armed forces. We need to make sure that the learning environments are also safe, not just safe from the armed conflict itself, but also from just other forms of violence, from bullying, just also teachers who are within the mental capacity to also provide safe learning. We need to adapt our curriculum to also begin to address the experiences the children have experienced through the conflict, and for them to learn through it, and not expect that the curriculum that existed during the peace period is what they have to continue with, but we need to adapt it to include peace building, conflict management, and recovery, and resilience elements into it. For teachers in particular, I think there's a need for investments, but beyond pedagogy, to include mental health, because they're then the first responders for children, more often than not. The provision of learning material is important, and getting the community back into the learning environment for children so that they can provide supportive engagement to the children as they get back to school and as they get back to learning. Lastly, what I would just like to say generally is, as actors, as governments, we need to invest more on gender transformative interventions. So making sure that whatever programs we are designing are gender transformative, not just, a lot of what you're seeing is gender blind or gender neutral interventions, but I think we need to move to more transformative programming. Also, looking at the numbers and the Agency for Children, then there's also need for programming to be also child sensitive and focused. We need to ensure that we're also looking at transitions. It's right now we are having conversations around children and women, but then there's a group that you're missing in between, the youth. And it's need to look at this transition period, because that's a group that then gets recruited into armed groups and continues to perpetuate the violence. So it's very important that we also focus on youth and ensuring that we're investing in the agency of women, children, and youth, making sure that they are participating in decisions making, they are participating in the design of interventions, so that then these interventions reflect on their needs. And lastly, let's make our programming and interventions multi-sectoral and integrated. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور أنطوني. حقيقي للعام الثاني الأطفال في السودان
children in Sudan, actually they're out of schools. For example, in districts that we have, even in areas there's no war, their schools are not working. They have become like refugee camps and centers. So they're not being used as schools, but as refugee centers. The role of local organization. SMA will talk about the role of local organization as a defender of human rights, and as a member of the Women Network, she'll talk about the role of local communities and international communities in terms of responding to these challenges and the challenges that these organizations are facing. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank IGAD and African Union and then UN Omen for giving us this opportunity and talk about our issues and participate and ensuring that they amplify the Sudanese voice or women. I want to thank Samia also. I just want to talk about what is the role of local. Since 15 April, when the war started in Sudan, we have this is like an internal war, civil war. We have seen it has continued we have seen that we have had so many wars, but we have never seen a war like what happened last time, and we have not seen that Sudanese can go and stay out of the country. But the 15th April war was very dangerous. So the local organizations, we have local organizations. They have a lot of challenges. They face a lot of challenges in terms of operating. First of all, they're endangered from being attacked. The situation is very dangerous. They are not able to operate. They also fear because they cannot operate. They can be attacked, so they are not able to implement their activities. Because one important thing is that these local organizations, they face a threat from intelligence. So they are very much threatened, and most of these local organizations, they cannot implement their programs and activities, and so majority of these organizations in Sudan, they also became refugees. They ran away. People working in this organization, they became refugees and displaced people. They are living outside the country. They are living out Sudan, so they are part of the refugees. So currently they don't have an impact. They don't have a big role to play in the country. So they're also affected now, especially these NGOs out of the country or living outside the country. They cannot even do anything. Even if they have some initiatives, they're not able to operate in Sudan because of the situation now. So most of the organizations have been affected. Their offices have been dismantled, destroyed. We have organizations that are facing danger. For example, registration, that any organization that want to operate in Sudan faces a lot of challenges. You cannot register an NGO. How do you even start mobilizing, having an organization? The conditions are very difficult. You cannot register an organization in Sudan currently. You cannot register a local organization at the moment. And this all started after 15th April, immediately when the war started. So they cannot do their part. They cannot operate because the two fighting parties, they have their intelligence. So they are monitoring this local organization. They do inspections. They attack their offices. They ambush their offices. So they affect. So they can't do anything. So they cannot even work with the international partners to be assisted. Yeah, hope I'm okay. Yeah, you're okay. Also, activists also are in danger because they are always detained from this security intelligence of the two warring parties, especially where activists from the fighting areas, they have been detained without even trial. No, you can't do anything as an activist. So even you have partners you are working with, you cannot engage them because the security is very dangerous in the country. Thank you very much, Aisha and Asma. Maybe you can, in summary, because we want to have questions. The challenges, children, the challenges of women and the children who are displaced and refugees they are facing. Maybe you can tell us in summary the challenges and problems that are facing these refugees and displaced persons.
Thank you. For the displaced children.
In particular, I think what you're seeing is a higher risk of trafficking in persons, an increase in harmful practices. So a lot of families are resulting in negative coping coping mechanisms. For example, there's an increase in child marriage, in particular forced unions. The other thing for those who've been displaced is lack of access to services, essentially, especially if you're crossing borders. Before you even get the refugee status, the dynamics in between, you don't get the services you require. I think Ms. Asha was speaking a lot, particularly on the sexual reproductive health services. Sometimes healthcare, education is lacking for those who've been displaced. Potentially an increase also in sexual violence has increased, particularly for displaced at-risk populations. So the risks for those who are displaced and who probably have also been separated from their families exponentially increase during the displacement, in the setup of displacement. So from my point of view, I think there is much more care and interest that needs to be put, particularly for displaced populations in particular.
شكرا جزيلا يا دكتور.
Dr. Anthony Njoroge. The challenges that they're facing the displaced person, as we said earlier, these displaced women, they don't have income, they are living in deplorable conditions. The situation is very difficult. Maybe getting even daily bread is a problem. We saw that from the area of Al Jazeera of Port Sudan. We saw people are living in camps. When you talk of these displaced people from Al Jazeera to Port Sudan, it took like 2 days. People were sleeping on the roads. They had no food. They were so tired. So we can say that for them living in these refugee camps, the situation is very bad. The situation is very deplorable. And we don't have organizations that can offer everything that they require. Yes. So these people require protection. They require basic needs. They cannot get basic needs. For example, toilets, taking shower or taking a bath. These are some of the challenges they're encountering when they are in these centers. So they are living under a pressure. They don't microphone. Microphone is not working. Technician. So these displaced persons, they are facing a humanitarian crisis. For example, women in Chad, they cannot get clean water, they cannot health services. These are some of the challenges people living in there. There's a GBV on them. There's no psychological support. There's no documentation of these violations. So so it will be very difficult for these people to get justice in future. So what are people doing? What we do to overcome these challenges? So I think what we need to do, the action that we need to do, we need to put pressure on the two fighting parties to end the war or stop the war. Also, we need to pressurize the two parties to ceasefire, or they go for ceasefire, and then so respect international laws, because without that, we need to pressurize the countries supporting these two parties not to give them weapons. We need to pressurize these people supporting these two parties to stop funding them. We as Sudanese, we have a right to live in our country. So we need to pressure the two parties. We need to pressurize the international communities to ensure that humanitarian assistance reaches to the beneficiaries. Services can be given to people. People should be. We need to ensure that there is medicine. At least people living in displaced centers are able to be assisted. Thank you very much. The truth is, the war of 15th April 2023 has affected women so much, and one of the most we can see that personally I'm a refugee and a displaced, so we need to have a new way. So we need to ensure that these people living in displaced camps or refugees are given protection, are given attention. They need to be in safe places and secure, so that women can live peacefully with their children. So if they are not protected, then there's a huge disaster in awaiting. We saw that in July last year is when there's so many people were displaced and they entered Chad, and these centers they were not safe and secure for displaced women. And another thing that women there's a lack of economic stability. 80% of the women in these, as Asha mentioned, some of them, most of them, they have responsibility for the family. Some of them, they are pregnant, and some of them are professions. But because of this no economic stability, they cannot do anything with their profession. So they were working previously before the war started. So now they cannot feed their families. So since 15 April 2023, they cannot do anything because they were working, they were supporting their families. So they cannot get their daily bread. Now, as you know, as Sudanese women, we have so many challenges. There's a lot of exploitation. Because the situation is now, so we don't have resources. We don't have resources for our income. It's almost 2 years now. We don't have economic sources to empower ourselves. Another challenge is that we don't have displaced centers that are secure. We also still face challenges. The place where people are living, there's a GBV, there's violations, the attack. Maybe the people that are living in centers, these centers are attacked by the military or RSF. So these displaced women and children are not safe in those centers. So there are so many violations on women and children in those centers. We have women that have been abducted. We don't know where they are, whether from RSF or the military. We have women who have been abducted from the two warring parties, especially in Darfur. We have seen that women are so much affected. They have been abducted from RSF, especially in Darfur. There's so many violations on women. So we can see that. So for us, we know what's happening on the ground. We see that women have been affected. Their rights have been violated. They have been raped. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In the video, because of lack of time, we should talk only two interventions from the participants. Camelia. Madam Camelia. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to associate myself with the sisters that have made their presentation from morning. I associate myself also. I also thank IGAD and African Union and for the good work that they're working for towards ensuring peace in Sudan. I will not have a question, but I just want to have a comment that on the points that have been said, because I am also in the civil society organization from Georgia, and I'm in Sudan. I have come from that place, from the field. World War, that civil organizations, even the ones that are in Sudan, contrarily, they are playing a very big role, regardless of the difficulties that they are facing. But actually, they are doing a lot of work, and they are working towards enforcement and assistance of women who are facing problems there. For example, Transocombo limbs, and these organizations, they are also trying to work on the area and there's food security, and those are by assisting and assistant in provision of food. And I'm pleased that the GAD has talked about security, because they have even the inputs in agriculture. For example, the hybrid seeds. We have worked to support 5,000 women for us to provide food security, because of the hunger that people are facing, and people are dying because of hunger. This is the reality. These are in Upper Nile, White Nile, or Blue Nile, and the close places. And for 1 year, there's no entrance in those closed areas for humanitarian cause. I want also to associate myself that the organization is about because of the pressures and problems that they are having. Security and intelligence. Many organizations have gone away, have withdrawn. They have gone to other areas, but there are some areas. There are a few organizations that are now present even now, but they are facing a lot of difficulties. They don't have freedom to work, and therefore the security situation is not conducive for them to work. And because all pressures that are outside the organization, if they want, for example, to register, they must pay a lot of money for the registration, for them to be registered also, and therefore for renewing of the working permit or registration, so that they are able to work. And without re-registration, they are not able to work. And therefore there are many organizations that were not able to renew their application or registration. They are not able to be working in the field. And organizations that have lost all their properties because they had offices, administrative offices in Khartoum and others, and this where they were working. The administrative work was placed in those, and they had some branches in other states, but they lost all their property, and many of them they went outside Sudan because of the security challenges that they are facing. Now the youth that are there, that are assisting in closed houses and courses, in kitchens, and assisting the IDPs in the classes, they are facing all sorts of challenges, and they also are in the ground, and therefore it's clear that we can talk about them. There's a chance so that you will be provided security and also protection. We have a very big number of people that went. They have gone to the country and we thank God they opened the account that also there. But to have very many people in the country who they need also to for advocacy and assistance for their protection, their protection for people who are working currently, so to be able to support these people. And also the challenges of the ITPs, they are moving from a place to a place, looking for security, safe avenues, and as the lady said, they are facing a lot of problems. They are moving from one place to another, and women are the ones who are carrying the biggest burden, because they are taking care of the, because men, they are whether with the army, or they are with the rapid, or they are dead, or they are being killed, or because they are women who are carrying the big burden of this conflict. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome, madam. Thank you very much, Salama, and I thank also all the speakers. I want you to answer that among the challenges that women are IDPs and refugees they are facing, that they don't participate in making of decisions because of security presence and security problems, because changing of roles, that a lot of responsibilities to support their families, and there's lack of support and therefore or protection, and therefore instead of participating in making, particularly in making decisions in matter, they are busy in taking care of their families for the necessary needs, instead of participating in this political issue. And therefore this is affecting in the future, and that the agreement that will be reached will not be having women representation in that area, and because the opposite of which they have not participated in that, and therefore we think that it will not carry the ambitions of women and the needs of women in those agreements. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wanted also to add on the issue of IDPs, that the responsibility for protection on the IDPs is more than even those ones for the refugees, because the refugees have got a status, but IDPs are being provide that they are, according to the grassroots, these are very big challenges that limit their work to be able to operate in a good way, and therefore we should talk about this. And also I have a question for Mr. Anthony on the area of children and their protection. Is there any program or any plan, a clear plan on their protection? Because currently in the areas under control of the two parties that were in the operation areas that were working, or where children were working, and about these areas are safe areas are not now operational because of the offensive activities. And in the area of work, there was an explosion that targeted a field that is for UNICEF, and therefore now even these areas that were safe are now no longer there, because later on there will be problems for the children, very big, that big people can avoid this weather, but children can't, and they are facing a lot of problems, and there is no pro plan for remedies. And therefore, I ask myself, children in these areas that are being under control of the two parties, is there protection? And also children in the IDP camps, because there is an issue on the education and also a problem of the local identities. And in Arandengu, Kampala, in Kampala, there are refugees from South Sudan also who are there in this area, and therefore, non-acceptance between the two parties. They think that it's better for them to go to the conflict areas instead of being in these camps, in these refugee camps. Thank you very much. Tafadhali, Doctor. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you for the question.
Shukran jazila.
I totally agree with you that the aspect of humanitarian access is a big challenge in Sudan right now, and particularly in occupied areas. And it's posing, when you look at even the numbers of children who are actually almost dying out of starvation and who are severely, acutely malnourished, and are in those areas that are occupied. So it's a big challenge, and that's what I was saying. For anything to happen, then something needs to happen to stop that war. Because most of the organizations are also looking at the well-being and the protection of their staff. So very few people will accept to go into some of these areas when their safety and protection cannot be guaranteed. Number two, also from a humanitarian access point of view, also as humanitarian actors, we're also very concerned about transferring risks to local organizations. Because sometimes it sometimes appears like the easiest solution. So you get money, but then you transfer it to someone else, but then they bear the biggest brunt of that risk. So from a humanitarian imperative, it becomes a bit difficult in terms of looking at the ethical bit of it. But that said, there is a lot organizations are doing, Save the Children, UNICEF, and a lot of other actors in terms of, one, providing the needed humanitarian assistance where possible. So in camps, both internally displaced persons camp and also in refugee spaces, we are actually providing healthcare, protection services, first level education in terms of when children just come into these camps. So there are interventions that are happening, but the bigger problem still lies in areas that are still not safe for any humanitarian work to progress.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور.
Now we now go to Aman in the issue of intelligence. We thank the participants that are here, that have also participated, participated on internet. Thank you very much, and we clap for ourselves.
Another round of applause.
لأنه نصفق مرة أخرى للمتحدثين. شكرا جزيلا على هذا التفاعل الرائع. الآن ننتقل إلى الغداء، والمتابعين ما لدينا أكثر من مليون من 1000 شخص يتابعوننا في المنصة. نرجو أن تشاركوا بأسئلتكم وتعليقاتكم وسوف نرد عليها. إذا ننتظر للغداء وسنعود في ساعة 2:30. وشكرا جزيلا.
Great, welcome back. Now I feel that, you know, you're fully back. Huh? So we've had great sessions today. I would like to appreciate one of the lovely ladies who's worked really well with the mobilization for this session, who is also an advisor to the UN, Ustaza Magda Al-Sanusi. So we would like to appreciate her in her absence and just say thank you. We all know, I see my Sudanese sisters clapping. It means we all appreciate the good work she's doing. Great. So now we are back to our panel sessions. The next session on GBV, gender-based violence. I know that there is a lot going on that front, and this team that is coming on board is going to take us through the session. I would like to welcome Madam Safa Alzain as the moderator of this session. Please welcome and take over from here. Thank you.
السلام عليكم، مساء الخير. تحية للحضور بكل مقاماتكم السامية. هل يعقل أن تبقى المرأة رهينة لتقاليد بالية وأفكار متحجرة؟ لا، فالصراع ضد العنف هو صراع من أجل حياة أفضل، صراع من أجل عالم يسوده العدل والمساواة، وهذا واجبنا أن نشد على أيادي الناس والعدالة. الحضور الكريم، جلستنا الآن عن العنف القائم على النوع الاجتماعي والعنف الجنسي المرتبط بالصراع كسلاح حرب. معنا الدكتورة هناء البشير، وأيضا الأستاذة سلمى جون، فتتفضل إلى جبيوت سمبويو، فلتتفضل المنصة مشكورة. دكتورة هناء، هل يمكنك تقديم لمحة عامة عن الوضع الحالي في السودان وكيف ساهم في تصاعد العنف القائم على الجنس وما هي العوامل الرئيسية؟
of the situation of gender violence in Sudan and respect to women. Good evening all of you, and I am very much pleased to be with you today to share this podium. Actually, we thank the organizers of this workshop, and especially IGAD for addressing this sensitive issue. And we are Sudanese. In respect to this war that has destroyed property and destroyed lives, and it's very hard for us to exhaustively thank God. And in respect to violence, gender-based violence, that we have witnessed this event. Actually, it's because of evidence. What we're talking.
The microphone has a lot of echo. The microphone has a lot of echo. Please, a point of the microphone is a lot of echo. We cannot hear you properly.
وبعد ذاك العنف في الحروب صاحب في أفريقيا هنا مثلا يعني أسوأ التجارب الإنسانية في حرب الكونغو. يمكن نلقى من كل 3 نساء في الكونغو نلقى امرأة أو
among 3 women we have one at least whose rights have been violated in one way or another. And in Rwanda also more than 1,000 women were raped. And in addition to the wars that are in Asia, there are a lot of violence for the women, and therefore these are very harsh and bitter experiences that have happened in the world. And therefore the world, these are what experience with parents that the world was experienced because of wars and even the international instruments and the resolutions of the United Nations and the like, and the agreements, the regional agreements for the and also all those laws have tried to minimize to minimize violence against women. But what we have seen that violence itself, its practices because of war, but it's systematic, and it has got reasons that they use to justify for them to commit this. And the most important that have led to that is the political reasons, and there are also other reasons, the political reasons, and so for them to moralize to moralize the fighters or the combatants. Another reasons that we have for control, social control, using in resort to the context of ideologies, extremist ideologies. And therefore, these are some of the reasons that that are used to justify as a way to and this is a way that is used to
and also to threaten women. So the violence against women is so is so prominent and requires a lot of attention. So we need to ensure that one of the reasons is that we need to ensure that we strengthen the role of women. So they do this violence against women so that they make them fear, they make them less proactive in various issues. Also, for example, for us in Sudan as a country, we have never known stability for so many years. Since Sudan was formed, we have never had a peaceful coexistence or stability since 1955. We have had several internal civil war. So we have never learned a lot from these things. We have not been able to even the second civil war in the 1983 to 2005, we were not able to see the violations. We were not able to document them because the military and they use violence against women. For example, I think in Juba we have seen a lot of violence and maybe you cannot go out or you can't put on certain clothes. So there's a lot of violence, or there's a lot of attention to women, and how security agents are used to undermine women in Sudan. So this has continued for quite some time, and use of violence against women as a weapon to make them less proactive. And the war in Darfur, for example, has left a huge impact in society, especially on women. For example, there was so many women who were raped in Darfur from the military and the militia groups. That this was one of the biggest crimes that were committed in that region. There are so many crimes that have not been documented, and sometimes there's a way of suppressing this information. Cannot be in the public domain. For example, the victims, they cannot come out and express what they went through. We find the war of 15 April 2023. They're also using violence, not only against the women, but also men. Maybe they. For example, there's a lot of violence against teachers, rape cases. After that, we have seen that there have been increment violence against women since the war of 15th April 2023. Well, there's some documents that there's some issues that were documented with video, so there's certain evidence. Well, this continued. So this has been discussed, and there have been the law have not been implemented or have not been used for the perpetrators of this violence. For example, you have also seen that even the journalists have been their rights have been violated. They have been there are videos where women have been violated, their rights have been violated. After the revolution, as we know, we have seen a lot of participation of women. We have seen women participating in the revolution in Sudan. And during that period, we have seen that the security agencies were actually following about these demonstrations, and then there were a lot of detention of people, participants in the demonstrations. They were being targeted and such a thing. The police and the military. This was very open. It was women were targeted openly. So I think there's some areas that these issues were documented. Girls were raped after the coup. We saw that there was a lot of increment in terms of violence against the girls and women. In October. So there's so many issues that had been there's so many issues that were documented in terms of people know people were informed about these issues against women and girls, and this continued and after the war women have been trying to. We have seen that. We have seen people, people from various areas who have gone through these issues. We have seen ladies, women being detained without a trial, and we are, for example, in Kampala, we have been shown these ladies and have been told what they went through. There's ladies who were actually detained by RSF and the military. So we met them and we were able to talk to them. And also they are scared to express what they went through. The fear of their security. And people, they are scared. People, they fear expressing what they went through. The violence are different depending from area, whether it's rape, whether it is a threat, and gender, tribal. There are so many types of violence that have been occurring in Sudan since the war started. There are efforts. People want to cure these issues. For example, the civil societies, they're trying to document these issues, but the problem is security agencies do not want. There is a threat to them. They cannot be able to document these things. These are a threat to civil society groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for this explanation. Now we start Marijon, and we are the vulnerable groups. The vulnerable groups. What are the people that are more vulnerable to this violence, gender violence, and how these vulnerability affect their the harms or the violations done. Thank you very much. I first of all thank IGAD and I thank the attendance. It's a very good opportunity that have been provided us by the IGAD, so that we can talk about our situation in Sudan, the situation of women in respect to the interventions that will lead to peaceful, lasting peace. On the issue of vulnerable groups, we in Sudan we have a very number of groups that are considered to be targets or vulnerable. First of all, the girls enter from 12 to 18 years. They are subject to this for the sexual harassment and even sexual exploitation. We have also pregnant women, because there are no services, health services that are now for the services of pregnant women. They are also considered to be vulnerable groups, and also women, old-aged women, and therefore we are feeling that in hostel areas, elder women are not having also protection, and therefore they are considered to be also vulnerable to this because they don't have services that can be given to them, and they are considered to be vulnerable groups. And also we have also child marriages among the reasons that will lead minors to be vulnerable. It's because many families, because of fear, the fear that they will be exploited, they will be sexually harassed, and therefore they are married out. There is a very good big number of child marriages, whether it's by consent of the family or not. There are so many people that have been married to the Malaysia, and therefore some of the minors who have been married to more than one person in these areas, and therefore they are considered to be the targeted groups or vulnerable groups, and therefore also those ones who are living under disabilities. They are also in hosting areas. There are many people who are in 99% they are not in the homes that they are protected in a house, good houses, and therefore also these people with disabilities cannot conduct their own need like this. And even in the toilet, the toilets are not also friendly to these people living with that difficulties, and therefore they need special attention. In addition, also their rights, so that they are not also their needs are not provided for, and also the services that are provided in the hostels or they don't put into consideration the needs of the people with disabilities. We have challenges. That are also there are health challenges, absence of services. In other areas, there are sexual health facility, but there are no medicine. There are no doctors for them to provide the services in these cases. In these cases that women are subjected to, and because of new cases of trauma because of these violations. 97% on this or people who provide these services are outside Sudan. Those in Sudan are not properly trained to be able to work in this area of conflict, and therefore now or even after that, because in cases of use of gender-based violences, and especially for these the survivors, they need special needs. They need to not just generally, because they need special attention and in counseling. These are some of the challenges, the biggest challenges, and we can also they can be some of the things that we can give reproductive or retroactive effects of trauma. We have also the vulnerable women, and the ones that are migrant, that they are refugees in other states on Sudan or even outside Sudan, and therefore they are more affected. And they were migrant. Now they went away from these areas, and they are under. They were previously previously they were under the support of UN, and therefore now they have go there without any protection at all. And now they are among those in the IDPs in these IDP camps, and now so they should be dealt with, and they need special needs. These are also some of the challenges that we are facing, that will make refugee ladies who are migrants, they become more vulnerable to this problem. And also women with chronic diseases, they are also vulnerable because opposite the absence of medicine and others. And it has happened just directly that that women that we are talking about here, 99% for women in Sudan, they have lost their income, and therefore 100% women, they were productive, they were very productive economically. Now they are not, even if she's a housewife, she was having work in one ward or on another. But now, because women, they have now become poor and destitute completely, they don't have any source of income, and therefore they are now very vulnerable, and they can be exploited by perpetrators. Thank you. Now we move to Dr. Hannah. Gender violence, what are the effects of this gender violence in Sudan, and how it affect the family integration or community integration and health generally? Violence based on gender violence, it's a very big problem affecting women, and also affecting those. First of all, the first effect, on the family linkage, because women, it leads to the family disintegration, and therefore community integration, and now it leads to separation and suffering inside one disintegration of the family, and it leads even to the disintegration of the community. The women that have been subjected to gender violence, they have psychological effects that affect them, which lead to depression, and as the survivors that they have effects of depression, and therefore it affects their life negatively. And also the gender violence has led to people think that violence itself and trauma itself, it can be inherited. It's inherited inside the genes of a person from one generation to another, and therefore there is increased violence or tendency to be violence, and therefore the people that were subjected in Holocaust, the Jews, and the effect of that one have remained in different generations. In these generations, even up to now, these are the things that you can observe through studies, and also it affects the public health, because increased violence will lead to that their effect or effects on the health of the people, and also health cavities. They need also psychological support, which leads to increased demand of these services. And also we have the people. We have people also, and it will also affect the productivity of these women who have been subjected to this gender-based violence. And we only talk about it also affects the lasting peace, and therefore we have to see to look at the causes of this gender violence, so that we can reduce them. So for peace and lasting peace for our country. Thank you very much, Hannah. Now, Madam Jendwa Somboye, what is the reason? What is the role of the international community in facing or combating gender-based violence in Sudan, and how do you assess that role? Shukran jazila.
I'm very privileged to be among very important representatives of the community in Sudan. Thank you, IGAD, for creating this opportunity for us to speak about this. I will just speak generally about, the international community's role in the situation that we are faced with in Sudan. I think one of the important contributions we can have is that we ensure that humanitarian response must have a very heavy focus on protection, ensuring also that there is it's a holistic approach to humanitarian assistance to ensure that the survivors have shelter, legal aid, psychosocial support, healthcare services for the survivors of GBV, gender-based violence, and conflict-related sexual violence. So ensuring that protection is really embedded in the services that humanitarian organizations and humanitarian efforts are providing. And ensuring that these are as much as possible accessible to the farthest survivor as much as it is possible. The other thing also I think, and I think I've had this said several times in different presentations, is recognizing, of course, that gender-based violence and conflict-related sexual violence is not really just, we should not only look at it from the perspective of women, we should also look at it from the perspective of children as well as even of men. Men are often affected negatively, young men and even older men. I've heard of an incidences inside Sudan also, where fathers are forced to rape their daughters, and if they refuse to rape their daughters, then the perpetrators even go to the extent of raping the father and raping the daughter. And these are just some gruesome examples on how this begins to affect the community. As my former speaker has just mentioned, is this type of violation, of course, degrades the community, degrades the society. And therefore, I think is to recognize that this kind of humanitarian assistance is required both for male and female, but especially, of course, the biggest survivors really are the female. The other area to focus on is to ensure that we support local capacities for implementing some of these humanitarian services, and focusing especially on grassroots women rights groups to provide the kind of local interventions, because they are the ones who have the deep trust of the community. We often find that when international communities come, they tend to focus on maybe the international organizations to provide the services and provide less support to the local communities. We insist that really local capacities must be built, and because the local communities are the ones that build long-term connections with the community. And also ensuring that whenever we talk about protection services, we need to have a holistic approach. You have heard that over 90% of the women in Sudan, over 90% of them have lost their livelihood. So looking at a holistic approach to humanitarian services, it moves not just from humanitarian and then you end from there. You also must incorporate economic growth, economic development alongside the protection services, because we must provide the community with livelihood. What are the livelihood options for those who have been, who are survivors or who have been negatively affected by what has happened? So having a very holistic approach that considers some of the economic and long-term solutions for the community is important. We believe in resilience, building of resilience of the communities, because communities affected by this high level of violence, we must really think of the long-term solution. Also, the other areas to consider also for the international community and support is accountability and justice, and really emphasizing that we need to push for accountability and for the perpetrators to face the consequences of their actions through international legal frameworks such as the Rome Statute, the International Criminal Court, and also ensuring that supporting the Sudan as a government or as a country to ensure that the justice systems exist and actually hold those who are responsible for this kind of actions to be accountable. So ensuring there is a survivor-centered approaches in justice systems is critical for Sudan. Ensuring, of course, issues around transitional justice complemented with the trauma management for Sudan. This is something that has been spoken at length about, but ensuring that the legal frameworks ensure the protection of the survivors, but as well as also providing dignity alongside that protection service. The other one is also to look at the global actors, particularly the UN, the AU, and the governments with diplomatic leverage to apply as much as possible consistent pressure to the Sudan government and armed groups to uphold human rights and eliminate the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war. This does not just mean condemning, it also means to actively engage in diplomatic negotiation sanctions and other forms of pressure to ensure compliance with international humanitarian law. I would say this, that, you know, the conflict-related sexual violence in Sudan really is really an aim to degrade the population. It's really aiming to devalue and to dehumanize the people. And so really thinking how the international community should come out very strongly to protect and to provide the kind of support that the people of Sudan need at this very critical time. I'm sorry, but my time is short. Thank you.
No problem. شكرا جوبيوان. أستاذة سلمى.
Salma, maybe what are the issues, what are the existing mechanisms, or they can be there for holding perpetrators of GBV accountable in conflict setting, and how can we ensure that that justice is served for the victims? Sister Salma, the mechanism that are available in Sudan in various areas, especially the areas that have been affected, we don't have any mechanisms for accountability because of lack of security. So in these areas we don't have any existing mechanism. But in some regions we that we considered calm or there's no violence, we have some mechanism, but regrettably they have not been implemented because there's no support, because the people in leadership, they are not concerned, because they're the one violating these rights, they're the one committing these crimes now. So this, they're the one controlling these areas, for these centers. So it becomes very difficult for women to get this justice or to express this or to get this assistance. So we say that So there is lack of mechanism to deal with the GBV. But what we can use it, or we can say that we can ensure that justice for victims, maybe during transition period, maybe this can be through documentation, and during transition period we are able to discuss them. Because we have so many organizations that are working in the area of writing reports and documentation of these crimes. So now we have so many international organizations that are working in terms of documentation, so to ensure that this justice can be found one day. So maybe we can engage these people documenting these issues. We work considering that they're part of the victims, so we can work with them. For example, if there are prominent persons in those areas, for example in Darfur, when the war is in Darfur, for example, people were raped, but it was more kind of systematic. For example, maybe they were raped in their houses or in hotels or in So we can use these victims as the people who can document these things. But so with this we can take an example from the Darfur war. So it was considered a war crime and massacre. So we can also look at this, how it happened in Darfur, and we can take it an example and see how it can be documented. In addition to that, people have been exploiting the current situation and violate some laws that we had some laws that have never been implemented. For example, there were laws that were not implemented, and during this, they were not implemented. But currently, the what you call safe houses in regions. So we can also use such laws for document this. In addition to that, also there were laws that were amended. There was law.
Now it has been limited to 120 20 days for the abortion. Therefore, the laws are enabling for offering services for these survivors, and therefore now they have that this law should be approved, and therefore this is an achievement for the women in Sudan.
Thank you very much, Salma. And now we go to the congregation. There's opportunity for 3 questions, and the question should not go beyond 3 minutes. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Amal. I have a question about children that were born from these crimes of rape. Their documentation about such children. Second question is related to historically in the war from Darfur, and we saw there's a lot of GBV. We have seen that these crimes. We have seen that these crimes have developed when we compare with the previous crimes or war. We hear a lot from reports. After the war, there must be accountability. They must be accountable for these perpetrators who committed crimes in the previous war before April 2023. So how can we deal, if you want to move ahead with justice, if you're going to international court, we have never worked on the previous issue. So how are you going to, maybe they'll never be surrendered to the International Crime Court, for example. How can we ensure that all these organizations work in these areas, that, for example, in rape cases, they can work together, and we are able to have these informations. Well, for example, we have so many cases, the cases that happen in Khartoum and also Nile regions. Those people. Now, why do you ignore these issues? We have seen so many perpetrators in Khartoum and other areas. So how can we deal with this? We can authenticate these and document these crimes going forward.
If only 3 minutes, yes, less than 30 minutes. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to add something that in regard to the situation that there is no food security, and that women have lost the source of income. There, so there is a phenomena that sex for food, for example, in Sudan. This phenomena is that because for you to get food and people to discuss with you, and especially the soldiers, that they should provide sex services for food. And there's another thing that has happened according to the report of Salma about just there are 600 women who have who are lost, disappeared. People don't know where they are. There's another also phenomena that has also because of fear of people are marrying their children when they are minors, child marriages, when this has happened during this war, and therefore this issue that are related to gender-based violence and absent impunity and lack of accountability. We are facing this. There is no this impunity, and there is no accountability for these people, for these perpetrators, and therefore these people are not punished for their and we as women in Sudan we cannot get remedies or address to this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Josepha, and your group. And this paper could have a lot of issues, but actually, if we can say, we look at this, but there are the violence that however which are in the areas controlled by rapid. There's those things, those happenings or violence that are violations that happen in the areas that are controlled by the county by and therefore there should be documentation so that we can. When there is a transitional justice, there will be accountability after on basis of those documentations. سنجيب بعد ذلك سنأخذ جولة أخرى. We will take another round of intervention. Thank you very much for these questions. The issue of impunity is actually very serious because the reason because of this that this phenomenon itself, according to the historical history of Sudan, crimes and wars in Sudan, there is so impunity. There is no accountability at all. There is no which happened because of this violation. Yes, and that people think this is not a crime as such because there is no. I have never seen any accountability that the people have been held accountable because even those who coup d'etat, for example, they were held accountable because they committed crimes. A very good example that what happened in Kekali, what happened happened in Kekal after Kambrimbo, and they made a lot of reportage in Yazira state. And so what I mean, how can we have redress for these people? Yeah, but we have said that we collect and we collect information and to comment this one so that justice will take it, because at the time of transition in justice we will have bring those cases, and therefore it needs a lot of efforts from us, and especially civil society, for us to be assisted, to assist the international partners in research to the transition justice. So this justice, and we will do in a way we will not. If we will not, there are government that believe in the rights of people and they hold accountable these people. We will not advance at all. I think that the issue of transitional justice is a very important issue in Sudan. I think that one of the solutions of Sudan is about transitional people. We should acknowledge the rights of the survivors and also perpetrators to know their victims, their crimes, and then there is reconciliation, and then from there people can forgive one another, and there is integration. In relation to stigmatization, as we have said, what we have said in respect to Osaka, that a woman who said that 500 women have got lost, but some women that were paid ransom were paid because of them, a lot of money because of that, because people because of stigmatization, fear of stigmatization. So people fear fear people to know that they were victims of this the reality. There are no realities on there. There is no documentation of these crimes in the areas controlled over rapid deployment forces, and but later in the they are actually in the areas that are under control. There is this problem of sex for food. Therefore, the soldiers are exploiting this. In Undman, Karare, there are reports that comes, but people cannot authenticate this because many people are fear for their lives, and therefore there is no documentation. I think I have answered this one. I will start with Amal. The children, as a result of rapes, there are many children. They are now available. We have especially the children. They are related to the services that there should be services for them. But what we expect that the number is more than 5 times. There are children who are not known, and they have not received these services. They have not even gone to social centers, so there it could be 26 children. In regard to documentation of these crimes, we have seen that we have a very big problem that documentation is especially criminal justice. We have letters, we have numbers, but not all these numbers have been documented in a manner that they can be prosecuted in a good way, and so there should be justice and about the laws. What Dr. Hannah had talked about, that 200 men, they went to the court, and now these cases were not demanded because the evidence was not enough, and therefore we have a a problem of documentation, but now there are better documentation of this evidence. Because like social exploitation also we have talked about, sex for food is actually also exploitation of sexual exploitation. We have talked that there should be laws that have been approved internationally, and nationally, not the necessary mechanisms about not the mechanism or the quantum for evidence for rape, because now the laws were amended. They are not the way they were in during the time of Darfur conflict. Therefore, now there are other new laws, and I think that we believe that there will be justice and when the war stops. Thank you very much, Salma. Thank you very much. Now we can also now hear from the three questions, but we just give only two minutes for the intervention or for the questions. We'll start with Kauthar. I wanted to add something, an issue of violence against women that are in the conflict, about being suspected for being intelligence or spying. If they're in the rabbits, if they move to the women to the government source areas, they are also suspected to have been used. To have been spies, and therefore they can be executed, and also forceful mobilization because they are being protected. This is also violence against women, and also the women that are also in the areas conflict areas, as Salma has said, that they are being subjected to hunger, and now they sell sex, and they are exploited sexually and things. So this also a violence, but it's actually it could be they are in need. They are forced for them to protect and to nourish their children. Me, in respect to this area, this time period is very important for us to be able to report and document, because monitoring and documentation is very important for us for this and for all signs, all crimes or violence crimes against women. And in the past areas, the people who are advocates in women rights, they were subjected to torture and even arrest, and it will reach even if you are even you are alive future, you write a letter, and if you are writing a letter and to a letter to a people and the extended community, societies or family, your family is being also tortured, and therefore there should be protection for this one, and we should be there should be mechanisms for documentation. Now the time is over now. What Kauthar has said that this one is they are also they are between the two conflicts. If you are from the Damasari, you go to the area of Jejefi, and so you are also suspected to be and therefore require protection, and therefore how can we exercise pressure among you, exert pressure among the two women have this problem of hunger. And even in the Second World War, the women for they were needed were used by about the after the war they were punished because this one they think that they are under protection, and therefore they are in need, or if there's because of, for example, of fear or hunger, and then they are exploited, and they become subjected to this violence. In later, monitoring and documentation is a very important exercise that because of absence of law and absence of also social security, and we might not get the accurate information, accurate evidence that can go, because there are no good information. So how can we document this in terms of, in respect of good evidence? That only 1 minute, Salman. If you have any question now, in 1 minute, in the issue of documentation, because I think that I wish that we could have been, there could be training for women on documentation of any systematic these violations against women, because actually many women have do not go to the people who document don't reach these women, or they are not even, but they don't think, they don't have confidence with them, and therefore the activist women in the Sudanese community should have be trained in this area and work in this area of documentation, because we know the situation and how to get information. We can train a large number of women on documentation for us to get. Thank you very much, Hannah, and thank you very much, Jomoto. Thank you very much, Salma, for this. Thank you very much for all the speakers, and we clap, we put our hands together for them all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Ms. Safa and the panelists, please. Thank you. Thank you. We talk about GBV often, and it's always about the numbers, but there are people behind the numbers. There's a struggle behind the numbers. And I'm very happy that Sudanese women could speak very frankly about this issue. I would like now to call to the podium the members of the next panel, which is the panel on women's participation and representation on the, in pushing for participation and representation of Sudanese women in the peace processes. We have Ihsan Abdulaziz. Please join me to the podium. We have Safa Al-Sadiq. Please join us to the podium. Ihsan is from Women Against Injustice. Safa Al-Sadiq from Peace for Sudan. We have Amina Shaheen from Gender Center. Ms. Halima Aden from UN Women, Sudan. Ms. Ruth Abraham, who is from the Embassy of Sweden, in charge of managing peaceful and inclusive societies. Please join us. And Ms. Kauthar Hussein Nalokore from the Women Advancing Peace and Security. We would like an extra chair, please. Thank you for, you can have it here, you can put it here. Thank you. Ms. Kauthar, please join us. We have had a very, from the moment this war broke out in April last year, and after the shock hit in that this is really a crisis, there has been a lot of discussion on how can we ensure women are engaged in addressing the issues. And this comes from the many lessons learned over the decades. Because we've realized that, and societies have realized that, when women are not involved in peace processes, the solutions are not durable, they're not lasting. And so there was a lot of fear and panic amongst all friends of Sudan, be it the international community, be it the Sudanese women themselves, the different organizations, women-led organizations, different societies, because we understand and we value the importance of having inclusive solutions. And so for this session, we have a discussion around it. We will start off with a presentation from Ms. Ihsan Abdulaziz from Women Against Justice, who will shed some light on the overview of the current peace processes, efforts, and what is the role of the Sudanese women in these processes, and why their participation is crucial when it comes to these processes. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لهذه اللقاء القيم.
Very much for this opportunity that comprises Sudanese women and other friends and from various regions. And also thank you very much to IGAD for this opportunity. We have seen that in the participation of women we have participation of women, challenges and opportunity. So in summary, I'll talk in a very, very brief summary that the challenges and the opportunities. First of all, I want to talk about the challenges and then also talk about the situation of women in Sudan. Microphone. So we'll talk about we'll see the steps that and the challenges that Sudanese women are going through. So the most important thing is that I'll give a brief introduction in terms of experience from various previous wars. And we have seen that women have played a key role in Sudanese despite their challenges and also we say that initially we could see that women used to participate directly through various committees or technical committees, as activists or so these efforts were there. This was part of the law that was passed in 2000. It was the first law that passed that appreciates and recognizes the role of women. The experience, we have seen that women in peace in various steps. The first step was the Naivasha peace negotiation, and then also there was Egypt or Cairo agreement, and then 2006 October there was an agreement of Eastern Sudan 2006, and lastly Juba agreement. This is one of the areas that, or one of the agreements that women participated a lot. There was a huge number of women who participated in terms of percentage compared to previous agreements and negotiations. So it was a very good step towards Sudanese women. So this shows that Sudanese women have been participating in various. This experience has also have some challenges. So we need to ensure that participate in these issues to ensure that we are part of the peace process. So we need to participate. We need to participate in this process of the war so that we are part of the solution. And so we need to. So we need to work at as. We need to look at the situation of women during the war. Looking at the previous war, their situations. We can see that women are the most affected in any conflict. So they need to be part of negotiations and peace process. We also said that the participation of women in peace process will have a positive impact. For example, the civil rights will give opportunity in terms of equality, in terms of education, there'll be equal opportunity for both gender. Also, we've seen that no, we can't. We also seen that we need to ensure that there's no that kind of marginalization of women and men, or boys and girls. They need to be on the same level. We need to be on equal in the equal platform. Also, the conflict has. When you look at the war, has actually affected all the components of the government or the country. So, and the most affected groups are women. So, and has been these women have been affected in whether economically, socially, and other aspects of life. They're the most affected persons in the society, and then they are used as weapons in war. Very quickly, also, I'll put some numbers across that have been established from various sources and others from documented sources. They talk about violation against women. We find that as a member of UN said, there are 7 million women that have been encountered GBV, gender-based violence, as per the UN report. Also, in addition to that, there's another report about sex for food. There's also a report that talks about sex for food, and also there was another report about war against women. This was also part of the UN report. This report shows that most of refugees and displaced people are being exploited by the two fighting groups. All these reports they are documented and have been published for these numbers. Also, there is a report for Doctors Without Borders. They talk about there's women have been affected. Women and children have the most affected in Sudan. There's another. They say that they talk about the situation of Sudanese women in refugee camps, and there are so many cases where we also. And this we have these people have been raped. Actually, there's a report of so many women that have been raped in various centers since 15 April 2023. So ahead of us, there's a lot of challenges. There's so many challenges ahead of us. We have challenges, but we have also opportunity. First of all, for the opportunity. We have the decision 2533, which gives opportunity that women, they need to participate in the peace process, and because it's a decision that talks about women and peace and stability and the role of women in the peace process. And then this decision has also other supported by the decision. I'll present for you these numbers, and we'll give you the papers later. There's a decision that was released 209 also. There's several these also, all these decisions, they talk about all this. They'll be given to you for you to read later. They talk about women participation in peace process. This gives an opportunity. This is an opportunity that is available for women to defend and work, and they should hold this decision firmly to ensure that they participate or in the peace negotiation. In addition to that, and this is edition 1523, and there's a national strategy there's a national strategy or national plan 2020, which talks about from 20 to 2022. This strategy or plan talks about participation of women and gives opportunity for transitional government and some of the benefits for women. Also, for the opportunity that is available and the experience that we have, 1523 and women received or they have or activists, they have been trained, they have experience, so they know how to participate in the peace process and what they're supposed to do. So there was a good opportunity for them to be trained. We also know that we have a huge number of group of women, so we consider them as champions for this, because we need to ensure that we empower them and participate in the peace process. We have seen that there have been an increment of women to participate in peace process. And also there have been efforts to ensure that we have women agendas. For example, there's efforts, coordinated efforts for women to support peace that was held in Kampala. Also, in terms of coordination, we have seen that there's a diplomatic effort that has 26 organizations. And we have coalitions of women, almost 86. All this indicates that these are positive indications that women will be part of a peace process, and we do hope we will be will make history one day. In terms of local communities and organization, in terms of campaign, we have seen that. We have the strength and the weak points. We have seen that we have a lot of platforms. We have various platforms, but when we have many platforms, it shows we are strong, or it gives us some strength. But also we need to ensure that it can be our weakness. So we need to because sometimes we can have so many platforms, but our efforts are not strengthened, are not pulled together. So we need to ensure that we work together, we work on one platform, and work together as one society. One of the challenges is that is lack of agreeing and also lack of also we have gender discrimination. These are some of the challenges that we go through. And there's lack of awareness of women to participate in political parties. These are something that should be looked into. And this makes women not being able, they are not given opportunity to be on higher table in terms of a negotiation. And agenda issues are not given priorities in terms of peace and security. So sometimes the participation of women is not given attention in various meetings or negotiations. So they should be given an opportunity. Last point, and in terms of challenges is lack of capacity building for women. We need to ensure there is a capacity building for women to be able to participate in the political process. But for us, we are focused for women to participate in political processes, and they need to ensure they participate, and then amplify this voice of women in terms of awareness, in terms of ability for women. They need to require a lot of training. And lastly, what I've talked about women, and also I urge women to be part of this process, to take these issues seriously and be part of the participant. Now, there's a report that was from the American Peace Center or Peace Institute. There is a study, how do we ensure, how do we build a peace? There is mentioned that the experience of, they said that the lack of participation of women will ensure there is a failure for the peace agreement. That means that the role of women in peace process is very critical in ensuring that the peace process is successful. Yeah. Now, so they need to. They said that the percentage of women should be more than 20%, and every time we need to ensure that increase the participation of women from 20 to 35 as we move ahead to ensure successful political process or peace process. We need to ensure that women participate in all steps and all processes. And every time we need to increase the participation of women in the peace process, at least to 35%. So we need to ensure that women participate in peace process. We need to ensure that we participate in the peace process in Sudan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The great work you've done in putting together this paper. I would like to now call upon Safa when it comes to the barriers of inclusion. What are the primary barriers the women face in effort of the ongoing peace initiatives, negotiations in Sudan, and how do these social, cultural, political factors contribute to these challenges? I request the panelists to limit their submissions to 2 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Okay. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Ali IGAD. Thank you very much all the Oisan has talked about the issue about this one, but I thank you very much for that. But the challenges are very many for the participation in the peace school negotiation. And in the current time, this is the conducive, the important stage that women should participate in the negotiation, so that after the war there is now peace building in the country. And yes, there is lack of accountability and impunity, and every time there is a conflict, there is impunity and there is no accountability. The criminals are not held to account, and therefore the participation of women, chance of women are not enough, and also there are security challenges against women. Therefore, if they participate, they are accused in the area of the area control, under the control of rapid deployment forces, or the JESH or the army. You are accused of being espionage and spying, and therefore also specifying ethnic profiling of women is also, which lead to as a barrier is considered a barrier for participation of women in this. Therefore, people and women are not able to participate in peace talks because they are subjecting their life to danger and risk, and therefore also there is a problem of there is no enough awareness, and media coverage of the problems that are facing women and the things that are related to the violations, and because of lack of documentation of this kind of shit. There was also the social and cultural problems that are elements or factors that lead to these barriers against whom prevent them from participation in peace talks. And one of these lack of the cultural practices. There are some cultural practices that they need create awareness for this on the grassroots, the role of women in this, in peace and talks, and therefore they also misconcept from what and the concept or the feelings that women are not capable to doing that or not committed to that, and they lead to women, or they hinder women from participating in these peace talks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pastor Safa.
Now we move from barriers to inclusion to representation gaps. Ustada Amina Shaheen, I thank you for making the time to be with us today. I know that there has been several efforts, some of them have failed, of negotiations and conversations. What is the current state, what was the state of women representation in these negotiations? And how does the lack of representation affect the outcomes of these agreements? Thank you.
We can't hear her. We can't hear.
Microphone.
When we talk about political participation, we don't talk about social or transnational justice. We are talking about this is a very important component of lasting peace. Therefore, we talk about political participation, and this is a very long journey about political participation. Even now, we are thinking that we have not achieved what we were aimed to achieve, and especially that Sudan has a very big legacy, a very good legacy of women work. There are so many challenges that are facing women about the political participation and the peaceful participation we are talking about. We are saying that it should be a political participation which is material, and that are fair, and talk about the system, governance system is not there, and so the women participation is very important also because this is one of the phases that will lead for us to lay down or to build a democratic system. I think the political participation in Sudan is still moving or passing through a lot of work and they have the people are aware. The people are aware of that, but that their participation should be an active and effective participation in all. And about the challenges that we are facing, facing women, in addition to what have been said before, that the constitution of these political entities, because they are created in a manner, or the people who are in the leadership of this entity, they are men, and therefore they don't allow good participation of women, and therefore they are just men who are mobilizing everything. I thought the laws, the bylaws, and the system system and the laws that are governing these bodies or political entities do not allow participation of women or not encouraging participation. But we say that the political system, and this, and it's not, it can be changed. It can be changed, and therefore they are not talking about the people who are good in the legal system. I think that there should be just a participation, that it's about the church, that you do participate between the between the two genders. There will be no good participation, and therefore these are the things that that lead to lack of participation, and participation generally, even in the negotiation and peacemaking and even governing of the country. And therefore also the issue that critics that is not constructive on these groups that are working for them to reach a justice. I think that they are affecting they are the ones which are barriers. Another thing that is the economical system is also a barrier and lead to low participation of women, because this issue needs money. This money, so that you should be able to dedicate yourself for participation in political participation. And there is another area that the duplicate work for women, or the role of women, which is double sided. It's not conducive, because women they are the one. Women are the ones. They are the ones who are taking care of education and taking care of the families. There is another level that people now are now immediately people they assume another role, and this now the role of which affect their participation and their performance. And therefore I think this issue and this phase and I'm putting emphasis on the level that the transition level or phase, the participation of women is low, but this low participation it does not reach 25% in all these phases, and therefore this is affecting negatively. It's affecting on the political process in its entirety, and the transitional period process itself, because there is a very important component that was not given up a chance to participate or to play its role during this, according to the democratic system in Sudan. And therefore but I think that this is a chance that we can seize. We can enforce this participation going forward among them, creating way to continuous way awareness among the women, and therefore that we also generally the community now it's aware of the importance of participation, of political participation of women in these processes, and now in the democratic system process. And so the experiences that I have, and I think that there are experiences, these experiences, if people are feeling that it's that they did not, they were should change, they did not take participate their part as you should, it becomes very sincere and very strong feeling. Therefore then what should be done, and therefore continuously they try to correct the mistakes that they did for them to have. And there's the importance, there is the importance that there should be a national plan that going down now. Sudan, we have started preparing this plan, but unfortunately this war happened, and what happened. I thank you very much for giving me this chance. Thank you.
Amina. And now we move to the role of civil society. Mrs. Kauthar Hussein, How can civil society organizations support and amplify women's voices in these peace negotiations? And what strategies have proven effective in this regard?
طيب شكرا ومساء الخير على الجميع.
Good evening to all of you. Allow me also to add about the chances that my colleague says, and my colleague San says that women organizations, and if they can network between themselves, they will be a very good chance for the women in Sudan. And also another chance, increasing international and regional awareness about the violences that women are facing during these chances, and also there's the desire of women in Sudan in political participation, and to end to bring an end to this violence that they are facing is a very good chance for us. And now I continue now to turn to the Sun about the role of civil society in Sudan. We see that at a certain point it participated in the role of ministries and government institutions, but the civil societies took over and the area of reforming and continuous reform and capacity building of women. And among the strategies about to come up with an agreed upon agenda is also a strategy, despite the fact that the challenges that are facing this one, but because we are coming from the women in Sudan from different contexts with different priorities, with different issues about to agree upon them, consensus about on this issue is very hard, not impossible, but very hard for the strategy about draft 2 in the talk of 2020 also is another strategy, and for it has got its challenges, but a number of people adopted this and embraced this, that they should build the issues of women, or they should present on table of negotiation, and also consolidation and advocacy, local and national, regional advocacy. They should go alongside or to pick or adopt the agenda of women, and this a role of civil society, so that we're able to as a result of a continuous capacity building, which is necessary and according to the needs and the need of women in these areas, in the different areas. Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا السيدة كوثر على هذا المداخل. الآن
Halima from UN Women Sudan. Just to give a bit of an update, ever since the conflict broke out, UN Women, IGAD, and the African Union have worked together under the arrangement of the tripartite, especially on women's involvement and working with the women to ensure that they're well represented, as Ustad Amina said. And now on to your question, Halima. Empowerment initiatives. What are the initiatives and programs that have been successful in empowering Sudanese women to participate in these negotiations and processes? And how can this be scaled or replicated?
Thank you.
ذلك هذه تجربة أو استفادة من هذه التجربة. هل تسمعونني؟ نعم شكرا جزيلا.
Us as UN Women representative, I just want to first note that women participation is not about equity. Actually, this is a prerequisite for sustainable development. So I think it's very important for people to just put that in their minds. Having said that, as UN Women, we look at it from a broader perspective. So women, peace and security actually provides a holistic approach in terms of, as a framework. So how do we work as UN Women is that Sudan at the moment, as per the crisis, provides an opportunity to actually implement the women, peace and security deliberately, basically just implementing the way it is, because the 4 pillars from the previous speakers, they've presented about protection, there was some element on prevention, now we are speaking about participation, and then there's recovery, relief and recovery, which is economic empowerment. So from Sudan women's perspective, basically, what we do actually as a best practice is to look at the nexus as an approach. It has been a token for a very long time. It's a narrative that even new ways of working as far as the UN is concerned, and also other agencies as far as also donors are concerned, they're trying to find out how could we be more holistic and also survivor-centered, more or less. And I think the nexus approach that we implement in our projects is that, first and foremost, protection is, basically peace is protection. If you have protection, if you're protected, of course, peace is inevitable. Yeah, and like it's going to be there for sure. But we have to look at a process where you put the woman at the center. So what kind of interventions would she need if a crisis arises? So it means that you have to protect her. You have to give her an opportunity to participate and voice out her issues. And at the same time, you have to make sure that the prevention element comes in and provide economic recovery. So for our Nexus project, for example, it's funded by CEDA. We look at it from a participation, which has a very big component in terms of my sister actually mentioned the feminist agenda. So there was a Kampala declaration that came out, which articulates very clearly what the women of Sudan needs. If that document is implemented the way it has been articulated, then we are supporting the women of Sudan. We just have to not shelve the documents, but we just have to be a bit deliberate in our interventions. Having said that, so there's an element of peace, so whereby the peace agenda has to be developed. We have to make sure these women are represented in different avenues. My sister Amina just mentioned about the tripartite partnership that we have between African Union, IGAD, and UN Women. How could we capacitate the women of Sudan on an element where they have negotiation skills and at the same time mediations, because you cannot sit in a table with warring parties where already in their minds they are trying to exclude women in every way possible that they can. How can we capacitate these women, let them attain the skills and knowledge that they need? Once they sit in front of these warring parties, then they are able to articulate their issues in a unified approach. So that is basically what it means by the feminist agenda. And these international platforms, it's not just, platforms that are, it's basically a holistic approach, more or less. So there is the UN Security Council. Every opportunity IGAD gets as far as the special envoy discussions and also African Union, we make sure that these women are represented in those opportunities so that they voice out. And I really like the way my sister just articulated to say how our common approach is what is actually fundamental here. And that is what we are trying to do as UN. Try and see how we can unify their approaches and make sure, because each diversified representation have issues differently. It's different issues in different regions, different issues, even if we are women, but we also have different. So all those issues have to be articulated in a way that substantially gives, how do I put, like a weight when it is represented and negotiated upon that. And then also, as I mentioned, the advocacy level, then capacity building on women negotiators and the mediators. This is a very important element. I think Juba provided opportunity for women to learn through that process, the mistakes that were made then, what lessons can we take, and how prepared can we become as of now. And I think this is where it presents an opportunity for us to be more unified, have a common agenda, we call it feminist agenda, but also be as much deliberate as possible, I think, in terms of how we articulate the issues themselves. And I think with that, I will also say that Sudanese women, I think different speakers talked about resilience. It's important to note they've gone through a lot. If we do not come together and present opportunities that will uplift them, whether it is self-esteem, these people have gone through a lot, whether it is psychological trauma, we have to make sure that we look not only participation, but we have to make sure that they are participating with all the mindset required for them to actually fight for their rights. So we have to look at it from a comprehensive perspective and make sure that at least we give them the platforms, whether it is in New York, in Geneva, there's lots of discussions happening everywhere across the globe about Sudan. So we should make sure we push as much as we can for them to represent themselves and the voices of those that are inside Sudan. At least for those who are outside can still maneuver. For those inside Sudan, they cannot, and it's a bit tough for them to do so. So I will just leave that to say, together we can make this reality come true, for real. Thanks.
Thank you, Halima, for your remarks. I agree. We must look at all the 4 pillars of 1325 and have an holistic approach towards it. And also, more than anything else, we must also ensure that we cater for the well-being of Sudanese women. Because when their well-being is catered for, they're in a better position to represent themselves very well. Now I move to Ms. Ruth from Sweden on the role of international community. What role should the international community play in advocating? Before I go to my question, I know that there's a lot of efforts on Sudan, but I also feel that we could have better coordination on these efforts, such that we do not have a lot of duplication. My question is, what role should the international community play in advocating for and supporting women's inclusion in the peace negotiations, and how can their efforts be coordinated effectively?
Thank you very much. Before I go to addressing the question, I want to congratulate Amina for receiving the Leadership Excellence Award of the Sudanese, Somali women. It's really always great to see strong women being recognized. So now coming to the questions, I think throughout the day we have heard a lot of recommendations on how the international community can support. And as the last panel of the day, I will not repeat, but try to summarize this into 6 main roles. But before that, I want to ask the question, how do we understand international community, and what and who are the international communities? So in this instance, when I'm speaking, I will be speaking within the spirit of the widely accepted notion that international community is worldly considered or acting together as a group. So it is all of us coming together for a common agenda. And this way, today the international community is seen as a forum where countries come together and to solve problems such as the crisis in Sudan. They can do this, they can play this role in different ways that can be categorized as 6, as we heard throughout the day. And the first is, of course, the enactment of normative frameworks. We have heard the UN Security Council 1325 was unanimously adopted by the international community. So the Women, Peace and Security Agenda is an agenda of the international community that is composed of each country. So it is both the country, continental, and also global agenda. And we have done, I think, as an international community, a good job in providing these frameworks, policy frameworks, but we need to do more on accelerating the actual implementations.
So when it comes to implementation, the second role we heard throughout the day, international community plays the issue of advocacy, supporting women participation. The actual interest of the warrior party. So it's important to have a strong lobbying and a strong advocacy for women to be meaningfully included. One, for example, research indicates one of the most repeated effects of women involvement in peace process was pushing for the commencement, resumption, and finalization of negotiations when the movement has stalled or the talk has stopped. And women are persistent, and the international community thus always must ensure to advocate for inclusion and their meaningful participation. You know, the international community are usually the custodians of peace agreement and peace processes. This provides for the international community unique opportunity to push for meaningful inclusion. And one way to ensure this is to ensure the actual role of women is defined in terms of references, in mediation planning, and as well as actual implementation and also monitoring of peace processes. And then again, by focusing on only formal or the higher level processes, the international community often shapes or constructs what is seen as relevant and decisive peace process. But sufficiently recognizing that investment at the local and subnational level by international community is also key. Therefore, where many women are already brokering peace or shoring up the resilience of communities against the spread of conflict, and this really needs to be emphasized by international community. And third, international community needs to support the creation and of women for peace. When women join forces around a single common agenda and work together, the results and impact have a positive multiplier effect on society. So the international community needs to promote women's participation through supporting women's coalition of intergenerational dialogue. We heard it all in the previous panel that the international community should call and strengthen accountability. The sexual violence in conflict and common deliberate tactics that is being perpetrated deliberately. So I will not go in detail as the previous panel already covered this. But fifth, the most important role for the international community is also the protection of women peace group and women peace negotiators. So in countries affected by conflict, female human rights defenders, women in political positions, and women participating in peace processes are particularly vulnerable groups. Therefore, the international community should act as an extra layer of a blanket of protection to ensure an extra layer of protection. And sixth, and of course, and finally but not least, is the international community should also provide resources that aim to advance peace. So both financial and technical. In this regard, when it comes to the issue of women inclusion in peace negotiations, we often hear a lot the WPA's agenda being a priority of various countries, and it's also often quoted by high-level statements. And this often gives this misconception that the WPA's agenda is abundantly funded. But the reality that's not the case, and the international community will need to upscale the financial support. So specifically in Sudan, the international community needs to provide financial and technical assistance to empower women capacity, but by building rosters of mediators. And again, just building rosters of mediation is not enough, and the international community should actually be support and advocate for the actual use of those mediation rosters. Knowledge management and advocacy, these are few also areas where the international community can participate. And Sweden, as part of course, the international community, and via its regional development cooperation in Africa, is supporting different initiatives that strengthen regional and international capacities for sustainable peace. And in addition to the support to AU and IGAD, Sweden is also supporting women's CSOs and Sudanese women that are participating in peace initiatives. Just to mention concrete examples, for instance, this year, recently we launched a program titled Collective Voices for Peace in Sudan. And among other things, this initiative also hopes to tackle healing of traumas. As to start working on trauma healings, we can't wait until the conflict is over. We are also, currently this week actually, Sudanese women, as part of an initiative to enhance women civil society capacities, they are participating this week, also in Nairobi, in a training for transitional justice mechanism. And now, again, coming back to the first definition, it's all about coming together for common agenda, and without effective coordination, coming together for common agenda is not possible. So international actors should cooperate and coordinate both at political and program levels. So at political levels, it is key for international actors to ensure harmonization between global, continental, and regional policy instruments to enhance coordination. It's also key to ensure political commitments to make the different peace initiatives to become complementary instead of competitive, and also a forum shopping for mechanisms. And at the program level, coordination groups, support crib sheets, as well as common monitoring and reporting reviewing mechanism also are among those that help to, to strengthen coordination. So again, I just want to conclude by saying the international community needs to listen to Sudanese women, because Sudanese women know what is best for them. So international community needs to listen to them, amplify their voice, and enable their meaningful participation to bring and sustain peace in Sudan as well as in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. I liked your parting shot. And Sudanese women are one of the most empowered women, not just of this region, not just of this continent, but the world. The most dedicated. And when you look into the history of the empowerment of Sudanese women, it goes back centuries. And I know that it's very important that we focus on how we can empower them, facilitate the spaces for them to ensure that they are well capacitated and able to negotiate for themselves on these tables. Before I proceed to open the floor for discussion, I would like to call on Major John Ayabese, who is the eminent council chairperson, which is an advisory, an elders advisory for IGAD, to give his remarks on this for 2 minutes, and then the session is open for discussion.
Thank you, Amina. Unfortunately, my CV cannot be seen on the screen because it is very, very, very long. And it will not, the screen will not take my CV. I'm so glad to be given this opportunity to make a few remarks on the theme and the agenda of the discussion in this conference. On the word go, I want to say Halima from UN Women. You've made me proud. Thank you. There is hope for tomorrow when people can articulate issues of great concern to humanity. I have been around for a little while. I think I'm the oldest in the room. And so if I make mistakes, I deserve forgiveness. I want to touch on an area that perhaps has not been touched, having come from a military background. I'm a soldier by training, a soldier who saw combat. And so when we talk of conflict and what's happening, I know exactly the pain that the victims of this war are going through. For the people of Sudan, it is my prayer. And one time, a great scholar of this country, Kenya, said that Africans are notoriously religious. So we invoke the name of God in what we want to do because we are religious people. We have conscience, we have feelings, we have norms, we have cultural values and practices. And yet, when war breaks out, those who perpetrate it behave as if they are aliens from a different planet. They are people, they are our sons, and I'm sure also women are there in the military. We have seen them across the globe participating in armed combat. And I want to say this, that the solution to all the problems that we have articulated on this floor since morning until now, it is very much in this room. The solution is here. It is nowhere else. If it is somewhere else, it is additional. I'm so proud of you women because you are our mothers. And there is a saying in my community that says, may the day break in the wings of a woman, not of a man, but of a woman. A woman is a peacemaker par excellence because that is the way she is structured, she is wired, she is made. And for this conference, for women to articulate issues, all we need is to see to it that even a kind of a resolution strong enough, and not necessarily UN, we will call it our indigenous resolution, to address the very conscience of our sons and also daughters who are perpetrating conflict, suffering to their own kin and kith. These men who started this war, they belong to a home. They were born by a mother and a father. And therefore, they are not aliens. So when it comes to issues of negotiation and discussion, they should not be taken as if they are people from another planet. They are our sons and daughters. And of course, within the African culture, we always say that there is order when an elderly person is in the room. When it comes to issues of resolving conflict and stopping war, there is need to include a missing person in the puzzle. The person who is missing is an elder. We have talked of perpetrators, we have talked of victims, women and girls and young children. Where are the men, by the way, I may ask? When war breaks, do they abandon their families? Do they go somewhere else? That man is an ingredient which we need to factor in so that the voice of a woman is not considered as an activist voice. It is a voice of reason, a voice that needs to be heard. And for us men, when we reach a certain age, we no longer consider ourselves a man, but we are genderless. We become part of who is on the ground. So, as I talk, I am part of this conference as a woman. I feel the pain. I feel the loss. Knowing that war is bad, war is evil, war is destructive, war displaces people. When a mama here says she went all the way to Egypt and back to Uganda with the children, who is alive with blood running in his veins does not feel sorrow and sadness about that. I think instead of only applying more or less an academic approach to issues like this, we need to bring in the spirit of humanity into the whole agenda so that you reach the heart of that person. It doesn't matter what political or ideological persuasion he belongs to. He is a human being at the end of the day. And so I want to say that in 1962, I schooled together with 2 Sudanese refugees out of the 1955-56 war. And so I feel for Sudan as a whole. And I want to say to IGAD, being one of them, as Amina said, I'm the chair of the eminent persons. We need to factor in the presence of an elderly person in any of these negotiations, because he will be part of the women and be able to say, I stand here not as an activist, but as a realist, a person who feels for humanity. I feel for women, I feel for children, all those atrocities which passes any human imagination. Although this is the nature of human being, and we in different religious persuasions, we believe that punishment will not only wait for those who perpetrate these things, but also, while they are here on earth, they will receive their reward. And may I finish by saying, Amina, thank you. Alima, thank you. And all these dear people, and those who preceded, they did me proud. There is hope for tomorrow. There is going to be a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman could have been home resting, but he said, I must be part of this engagement, and we are happy to have you. Indeed, it is very important to always involve the elderly and leverage on their wisdom in such situations. We will now open the floor for 3 submissions. Okay, you don't want to have tea, I see today. Okay, we'll start with Asha Hamad, and then we'll go to Hannah, and then we'll go to Sam Agwal for the first 3 submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists and the speakers. My comment should go to Ruth. You mentioned that like you are providing a policy framework, but you didn't be able to implement, or you didn't implement regarding the women and Sudan. Do you think you are very slow as an international community to intervene? Like, are we waiting for the providing policy framework, this framework to be implemented when we have women who are dying, we have children who are dying? So I'm not blaming the international community, but I agree with many points that you raised, that the international community need to be coordinating well with each other to help people and to support people in Sudan. So my question, do you think as an international community you are very slow responding to Sudanese
war and problem. This is my first comment. The second one, I think the participation of women is not just like women who are participating in negotiation or who are like sitting in Geneva or sitting in Kenya, sitting in Uganda. We have women who are working hard inside Sudan, and we need from international communities to support them. We have the emergency committees, we have young female who are like fighting and working in challenging situation. So we need to, from the international community also to consider when they think about the participation of women and the engagement of women into the peace building and peace negotiation and all peace process. The third thing that the participation of women also is not separated from hunger, is not separated from violation, is not separated from many things that Sudanese women face in Sudan. So we need to consider this when we think about like women participation. Is not just in one level of like the international or the regional. We have women at local level. We need to like recognize their work, their effort, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Asha. Please make your submissions or questions very short because of time. Yes, Hannah.
طيب أنا شاكرة جدا للفرصة
for the opportunity and all the participants and information that we have received here. I just want I want to ask how many and in terms of participation, how do we ensure that we have experience that during the national conference we had very few women who participated in that, but currently when the law was amended, we have so many women who can participate in these activities. So when we think about this, let us look at women that carry women agenda, women who can defend women rights. Thank you very much. We need such a women on the platform. Thank you very much. Shukran, Hannah.
Thank you very much. Amina.
Sam Okwal, IGAD Youth Special Envoy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amina, for the moderation of the panelists. I would like to first of all appreciate them for that good work. Well done. Thank you. I have a few issues, which is in form of observation. One of them is going to the UN Women and the international partners. From the beginning of the process of the mediation and negotiation, we have been talking about the need for inclusiveness. And I see my papa also highlighting the same, that the elders must also be part of the negotiation table. But when you look at the framework, the biggest majority who are actually killing their fellow brothers and sisters, the young people, are being left out. I serve as the IGAD Youth Envoy, and I've been approached several times by the young people from Sudan on the need to be engaged in the negotiation processes, because literally I can say that, and this is their word, a peaceful process without the youth is never going to be peaceful and sustainable, because these are young people who are, at the end of the day, they are the victims of the gender-based violence that we have been discussing here. These are the young people who are actually carrying heavy guns on the streets. These are the young people who led the civilian-led movement that started in year 2013 in Sudan, that has led into the current predicament in the country. So my question goes to you. What kind of efforts and interventions are we ensuring that we have the inclusive process of bringing this vast majority of the people on board? And then secondly, I would like to get the experience from the women who participated in the Geneva negotiation processes. What were the key outcomes of that negotiation? And what were your role as the women representatives during the process of that negotiation? That one did not come out very, very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. We'll start with Ruth and then Halima to respond.
Yeah, no, okay, I will begin with the question, aren't the international community late? I share your frustration, and this is also the purpose of forums such as this that need to amplify the voices of, or put the conflict in Sudan in spotlight. But there are, different conflicts. We are in a very hard time when it comes to the widespread and competing conflicts in the world. And the other issue when it comes to how can international communities effectively intervene in actually ending conflicts is the issue of often, like you mentioned, lack of coordinations and understanding who exactly would be taking leads. This is not just the case of for Sudan, but on different conflict situations. The current, such as the Summit of the Future and the new peace agenda, the international community being often not knowing what it is, who it is a key issue. We need to have overall an in-depth and a mechanism that works and discussions in this regard. And I think this issue also affected mostly the conflict in Sudan as well. As I mentioned briefly, there are different competing platforms currently ongoing. And the issue and then the confusion becomes which one. There are parallel processes at the AU, at IGAD, and then even different at IGAD. So then who is the international community here? And how can we all become together in order to bring and tide all these different initiatives to bring meaningful solutions? So other than saying, I share your frustration and enforce the issues, I don't have exact answers, but these are the issues we need to answer in order for the international community so that it can have effective enforcement in peace deals. Thank you.
So this is the question about inclusive youth inclusiveness. For UN Women in particular, we do have agenda for women and agenda for youth. So basically they all go together. And when we say we envision to have a feminist agenda, it does not exclude anyone. So basically what we do a diversification of representation. And that also includes not only youth, as you mentioned, which is I think is very critical to take note of the highest majority population, but at the same time we do have also some element of marginalized communities that are often left out. So basically we take the approach of no one to be left behind, more or less. So be rest assured that whatever agenda that comes out often, it's not something that is exclusively for elderly women or middle-aged women. It's a holistic approach of making sure that we have a diverse representation across Sudan. And also I just wanted to touch on my sister's point about focusing on, basically focusing in Sudan. So there are two interventions here. We do have people who've left the country, and of course they got some, they now live in the region. Also we have people who are working extremely in a difficult situation to be at the forefront to provide humanitarian assistance. And at the same time, they're also at risk in terms of security. So all this has to be taken into account when we are actually doing funding opportunities to women organizations, because UN Women works directly with women organizations themselves. So we look at it from a very a holistic approach, more or less, but also try to sort of leverage also the risks that also we are, if women are being exposed and you're making them to be more, they are already in a vulnerability. If you put them in more vulnerability in terms of exposing them to security situations, so I think that also brings the element of not being human. Because humanity, you have to look at all fundamental factors that actually entails when you look at it from a bigger picture approach, more or less. So I would want to be, to say that humanitarian development and peace works across. All these elements have to also include all the diversified, more or less, representation across Sudan, because solution is not with one person. Solution is with all of us, whether we are inside, outside, and that is why we are soliciting all your advices from across, not only the region, for those who are sitting at leadership positions, but also those who are working at communal conflict. So we have to look at it from bottom up, but also top down. So all of that has to be taken into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Halima. Ustad Ihsan, please shed some light on the Geneva.
Thank you very much. شكرا يا أستاذة. في الحقيقة أنا ما
I was a journalist, and I didn't travel to Geneva because the visa delayed, but I was following up because the Wanatage, but the people who are there, they say they have not received the result in terms of participation of women. But in terms of what we have followed, very summarily, the Geneva Convention meeting was focusing on three issues, which includes ceasefire, opening humanitarian corridors, and also monitoring. Women met with various groups during that meeting, especially international community, with various fighting entities, the Peace Institute and ambassadors, American Foreign Affairs Ambassador, and various organizations that participated in the Geneva negotiation. So women were there. There were meetings with women, and then they met with various ambassadors who are concerned with Sudanese issues in terms of stopping the war or ceasefire. So they discussed about priorities for women, especially Sudanese women, especially in terms of the role of women. And the negotiation was regrettably the second party of the fighting party did not participate. So the negotiation went on, but there were various meetings on the sideline where women took part in terms of the role of women, women agenda, participation of women in peace process, and coexistence, and all abiding by the laws and priorities, and they were published. So we are trying to, we are proud and we are glad for the team that participated and presented our priorities. And IGAD as an entity can help us and amplify these priorities. Thank you very much.
I think now it's very clear what we need to look into when it comes to the effective representation of Sudanese women in these peace processes. One is a holistic approach, one through which 1325 pillars are well covered: protection, prevention, relief and recovery, and participation. Having them part of the processes. But in what capacity? Do they have the capacity to engage and negotiate and mediate? That is the most important thing. The capacity does not only sit with being able to negotiate and mediate. Mentally, emotionally, what does their psychosocial health look like? Have we been able to provide services to address the trauma that they've been involved in? And not just looking at it from women outside Sudan, or, you know, what of the women within the country? What challenges are they facing? Are we shedding spotlight on that? Not just that, as women of Sudan and all the stakeholders that work with them, amongst them ourselves, the international community, IGAD, which is a member, which is Sudan is part of, and UN Women, Sweden is here, amongst all other partners. Are we working together? Are we well coordinated? Do we collaborate effectively to ensure that we address the needs of Sudanese women, that we prepare them sufficiently and effectively as a front to addressing the existing conflict? Coordination also is something that I think we need to do more of. The international community, the regional organizations, also those at national level, to ensure that we work together as one. And most importantly, have we brought together and sort of coordinated the same for the Sudanese women, so that when these negotiations are solid and when the mediation process is going strong, we have Sudanese women that are speaking with one voice. Remember, women, your tribe is woman. Sexual violence will affect any woman. Any woman can be victim. So it's very important for also the Sudanese women, the Sudanese civil society, come together and speak with one voice. And then we also have the responsibility to mobilize resources to ensure that that happens. Thank you so much, ladies, for being with us through this session and for giving these very insightful submissions that we appreciate. And also we appreciate to the audience for asking the tough questions and also enriching the discussion. This goes for all the other panel discussions. The session is officially closed. A round of applause for these great women. Thank you, and have a lovely day. We look forward to engaging you tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have a closed door session also with the Sudanese Women and IGAD's Executive Secretary, our Special Envoy, our partners from the tripartite, to ensure that one of the things we really discussed during the Kampala meeting was how can we ensure that Sudanese women have direct access to the decision makers. And that is what we're working on, to create that platform so that you can engage these leaders directly. We look forward to engaging you tomorrow, and have a lovely day today. Ciao.